Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A Nashville Fire Department paramedic on administrative leave for what he posted on social media about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, reports are saying that Jason Haggard posted this: just got my limited edition Charlie Kirk Labubu. That's a popular Chinese toy monster. Nashville Fire is conducting an investigation into the incident. They won't say if that paramedic will be fired. Meantime, Cosby Republican State Rep Jeremy Faison tells WTN's Matt Murphy show the Tennessee legislature is working to make it easier to fire tenured college professors in the wake of social media posts that celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination.
We need to make sure if you are a professor or a dean and you have influence over children and the people of Tennessee are paying for your job, you ought to lose your job really quick if you're that crazy to say something foolish like what these professors and deans have said.
Yeah, it comes after two faculty at East Tennessee State University were suspended for allegedly celebrating Kirk's assassination. Dr. Andrew Herman and Dr. Russ Brown. And after MTSU Assistant Dean Laura Sash Lightsey was fired after a post that suggested Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Now, the body of Charlie Kirk was flown home to Arizona from Utah on Air Force Two with Vice President J.D. Vance yesterday and his family. And the man who shot him to death is still on the loose. ABC News' Matt Gutman says forensic teams and police officers combed the streets around Utah Valley University, looking for clues yesterday.
That's not an easy shot, 130 yards away, even with a high-powered rifle. We don't know if it had a scope, especially given the circumstances. It's one thing, and there are hundreds of millions of firearms in the United States. There are many millions of avid hunters who know how to conceal themselves, who know how to use a firearm, who might be pretty good shots. It's another thing to shoot another human being in an enormously difficult situation, knowing that you've got to run for your life afterwards.
Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
Major market indexes continued a record-breaking run Thursday. The Dow rose 617 points to close above 46,000 points for the first time. The S&P 500 was up 55 points to set a new high for a third day in a row. And the Nasdaq climbed 157 points. Investors saw Treasury yields easing and mixed news on the economy as signs the Federal Reserve Board will cut interest rates at its meeting next week. European stocks were up after Europe's central bank held its main interest rate steady. New data from Freddie Mac shows mortgage rates are continuing to drop. The 30-year fixed-rate mortgage fell 15 basis points from last week. Shares of Warner Brothers Discovery were up more than 25% on reports from the Wall Street Journal that Paramount Skydance was preparing to make a majority cash bid on the company. A deal would unite two of Hollywood's historic studios and streaming services and could attract regulatory attention. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning all pointing down after that big rally yesterday. The Dow futures minus 93, the Nasdaq futures are down just 1, and the S&P futures minus 8 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, fingers crossed for a nice, quiet day. So far this morning, we've got nothing going on. 24, 40, and 65 are all looking good heading into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Talk. 5:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Finally, a Friday. It is September 12th. We got a lot to talk about. Joan, good morning. Sam, good morning. It is really interesting.
This was the world's longest week.
It is the world's longest week. But one of the things that I find interesting about what's going on is there seems to be a very legitimate witch hunt that is going on right now on social media. Your lead story, Joan, was about who was it, paramedic? Was it a paramedic at the Nashville Fire Department who posted something vile? And one of the things that I'm noticing, and I love this, is that I'll go into my social media and I'm seeing all of these people that are sending me the posts of people that are awful and vile and posting things about Charlie Kirk. I love that.
Are they local people? Because they need to be exposed.
Some are local and some are not. And so far what I've received are what has been out there. Like yesterday after I got off the show, I got one about the paramedic.
Yeah.
There's a few others. There's so many now. And I love the fact that we had Matthew Hurd on, of course, yesterday, talking about the MTSU assistant dean of students. And so we had him on yesterday. He's going to be on with Murphy Show today, this afternoon in studio. But I love what Republicans are doing. I love what conservatives are doing. They're finding these people and they're outing them as they should. And here's the thing. It's not only, people who work at universities or fire departments. I think there's a Vandy nurse that I'm going to get into. So these folks are all over the place. And one of the things that I think bears a discussion is, okay, so if it is an MTSU professor, assistant of dean, whatever, assistant of students, whatever it is that, do you really want people who are this vile teaching your kids or influencing your kids? And the answer to that question obviously is no. So the more that we see these people being outed, and there's actually a website, and I'm going to get into all of this. There's actually a website now where you can see all of these people that are saying hostile, abhorrent, vile things about Charlie Kirk and his murder. And I'm going to play some audio from The View coming up here in a second. But one of the things that I was really touched by was J.D. Vance. I don't know if you saw the video, Joan, but you can find it on my X feed at Dan Manda Show. J.D. Vance was in Utah carrying Charlie Kirk's coffin to Air Force Two.
Yeah. He
and others, obviously.
Usha was there.
Usha was holding hands with Erica, the wife of Charlie Kirk, who's, what do you say? I mean, she's got a number of things going on.
Yeah.
She's lost her husband. She has now 2 children that she is going to have to explain all of this to. And you've got all of the hatred that is coming towards her family, and her now murdered husband. Now, here's the good news. The good news is that there are so many people that are on our side that are finding and exposing the bad people. And I think that overall, I don't know, this is a good question. Do you think that overall, the outrage over what people are saying about Charlie Kirk and being happy that he was murdered, do you think that there is significant outrage enough over those people as they continue to be exposed and fired? Do you think that will teach these folks on the left a lesson like, maybe maybe we need to tone down the rhetoric because here's the thing, Sam, is that you have people saying, oh, the rhetoric needs to be toned down on both sides, which is complete and utter BS because both sides, as in our side, we're not the ones that are throwing down the hostile, violent rhetoric. It's people on the left. And as we all know, and we talked about this a lot yesterday, all Charlie Kirk was doing was debating, going into hostile territory and debating. And for that, he lost his life. So I don't believe that both sides need to tone down their rhetoric. I think the left needs to tone down their rhetoric.
I think they need to realize it's a 80-20 on the rhetoric side. There is so much footage out there of Democrat activists and politicians calling for violence, using sneaky language to do it. But to your point about all these people that are exposing themselves as the hateful, they are the bigots.
Yeah.
You know, as much as they want to call us the bigots, they're the true bigots. There is a movement spreading like wildfire to find these people out. Elementary school teachers, high school football coaches. I just saw something Shia Reichik posted on Lives of TikTok about some guy at MIT and Harvard. They are coming out of the woodwork, and let them expose themselves.
See, I'm all about that. If they want to come out and they want to expose, I had a thing. The very first guy that ever hired me in radio, you'll love this, Joan. First guy that ever hired me in radio, probably 19 or 20 years old when he hired me. And his name was Bob. And I don't know how I ended up on, he ended up on my, I don't know what you call it, my Facebook feed. Because I have not heard or thought about this guy in 40 years. 40 years, mind you. All of a sudden, this jackhole ends up on my Facebook feed, and he's saying the most gosh-awful things about Charlie Kirk. It's celebratory. Remember, I talked about this, Joan?
Yeah.
Where Amy said, this was about a week or two ago, and he was saying really nasty things about Donald Trump. And I had this whole thing typed out, and then Amy said, why would you do this? Like, why bother? Because this guy's nothing to you. And I was so mad, and I thumbed out my response. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
and I so wanted to hit post. But I didn't. I listened to my wife, and I just deleted I didn't post it. So then all of a sudden, yet again, there his feed is on mine, and he's celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. Finally, I decided, you know what? I've had enough. And I replied to his post. Because, all of his lefty friends were like, yeah, you're right, go get him. And I posted on there. And again, I don't know how I ended up on this thing. I don't really know how Facebook works with the algorithms and all that.
Yeah.
But I posted and I said, realize you are celebrating the murder of a human being. And then I went on to say, I look at your feed and all you do is repost memes and share, popular liberal diatribes. I said, do you ever actually really think for yourself? And that's what I did, which is very not in my nature in my private life. It's just not. And so I basically called him out all the things that he had posted. And I basically said, you and your friends are going to all pat yourselves on the back for celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, but realizing celebrating the murder of a human being is incredibly vile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Especially when it has escalated to political violence of someone that was never an elected official, that never had any authority or power to legislate, make laws, ruin your life in any capacity.
He just talked.
He just talked for a living, and he was damn good at it.
Well, that's why they killed him, Sam. That's why they killed him, because he was winning. It's like I said yesterday. Charlie Kirk was winning the debate. He was influencing people. And so whoever took him out, and I don't know, maybe we'll find out today who took him out. Here's my prediction. I predict they're going to find the dude dead.
I think that's likely.
Yeah, and I was talking to somebody last night at the Charlie Daniels thing. Somebody said, I hope they find him dead. And I said, respectfully, no,
Yeah.
We want him alive because we want to know who he was working for. We want to know.
And with. Who was he working with?
Who is he working for? Who is he working with?
Yeah.
Was it a foreign government? All those kinds of things we need to know. By the way, anything going on in traffic?
No.
All right.
No.
So you guys want to hear some funny audio from The View?
Oh, yeah. Is it funny or is it infuriating? Come on.
My blood pressure's high enough today.
It's infuriatingly funny.
Okay.
All right. This is The View on the death of Charlie Kirk.
Isn't a fundamental part of being an American that we are able to express our opinions to each other without fear, without this kind of horror happening? And it seems to be something we have been seeing more and more of. And it's not even left or right. It's just people being taken out because of their beliefs.
There's just no place for this kind of violence in this country. I am heartbroken over it. I cannot believe that someone would kill another person because they were speaking their beliefs.
So here's the funny thing. The women who have spent the last 8-9 years calling Donald Trump Hitler and Nazis, demonizing our side, they just have no idea how in the world this would have happened.
How does that happen?
And somehow it's a both sides issue.
Yeah, right?
It's not a both sides
Yeah.
issue. This is a their side issue. And also remember when the Minnesota, the state lawmakers in Minnesota were shot? So nobody's celebrated on our side. Do you remember anybody celebrating on our side when they were shot? No, nobody celebrated on our side. And so, and we have said it over and over again, which is you pick your own worst enemy as far as the Democrats go, right? I don't know. Is it Ilhan Omar? Is it Rashida Tlaib? Whoever. If they were, and I would obviously never want this to happen, but if something horrible happened to them, our side would not celebrate.
No.
Our side would not celebrate. So I think the more that the left does these things, the more the right is going to call them out. And I love what is going on. You know, the thing about The View is they'll have all of the crocodile tears and they'll be, people are just expressing an opinion. But you've been demonizing them, not to mention the fact that they blatantly lie. And we've talked about this many times, about how The View will blatantly lie about what Donald Trump has said, what he has done. You name the conservative, and they'll take them out of context and put it in the worst context possible. That's what The View does. So, and they'll have their crocodile tears today and tomorrow and the next day. But then eventually they'll go back to demonizing the right like they always do. And so for them to, have these, what they would consider important conversations about free speech in America, they have every right to say what they're going to say, but there is going to be reactions when people listen to what they say and call BS on it. And I would never want these folks to any harm to befall anyone on The View or anyone else. That's not what our side does. Now, Charlie Kirk, he put himself out there. He was truly a beacon of free speech, where he was he's there and the student or whoever is over there, and they're just debating and they're going back and forth. And for that, he was murdered. And you have all these people that are out there saying, that guy that I was talking about that hired me 40 years ago and I slammed him on, and by the way, I blocked him, but I slammed him on his Facebook page. So one of the things that they're out there saying is that Charlie Kirk said that gay people should be stoned, right? This is part of what they're trying to do to justify their exuberance and justifying his murder. They are taking his comments, cherry-picked and out of context.
Yeah.
So one of the things that they are out there saying is that Charlie Kirk said that gay people, right, should be stoned. Now, Charlie Kirk never said that, obviously. They took something that he said way out of way out of context. So we are going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. By the way, am I the only one that was a little confused yesterday when they said that they were close to capturing the person that murdered Charlie Kirk, but then they came out and offered a $100,000 reward?
Something so not right with that.
Yeah, you don't offer a $100,000 reward if the walls are closing in on the bad guy.
Yeah.
You don't. So, and by the way, conservatives, I don't know if you saw this, conservatives are adding to that reward. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. We are going to continue to take calls today, Sam, just so you know. So I think part of the storyline today is the fact that there is a legit witch hunt. And when I say a legit witch hunt, what I mean is I think it is terrific that you have Republicans and conservatives exposing the people that are saying awful things about Charlie Kirk and his murder. So if you have something to say, basically how we're going to work is this, Sam, is that phone lines are just going to be open. And so just take them off hold. And if you've got something to say about this, I feel like now we are, yesterday was, well, for this show, because of the way the timing is, yesterday was our first chance to, really talk about the shock and the horror of losing Charlie Kirk. So that was that stage. Now, I think we are more apt to be pissed off.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at now, Joan, and Sam, I know you are as well.
This has been the most cathartic exercise for all of us to be able to express our feelings. So yeah, there's the grief, but I think you're right. We've
Stages. Different stages.
We've moved into the stage of anger.
We're into the
righteous anger.
And a clarity, just to add a clarity of mind. The people are going to come out and say, "Oh, I don't condone political violence or any violence of any sort." But if you end that with a but or a however, shut the hell up.
615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Phone lines are open. Going to be open all day, all morning, this morning. I think Chris takes a lot of calls, too. Matt sounded terrific yesterday taking calls. Hey, it's 5:23. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, you can hear the reception that was given from a Phoenix air traffic controller as Charlie Kirk's body was returned to Arizona. We've got that audio for you. Also, a lockdown and a shooting at the U.S. Naval Academy. Those stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so I know that today's show is going to sound like, we are being and moaning about all these people talking about, Charlie Kirk and celebrating his murder. But we're actually not. What we're doing is we are, I'm not going to say celebrating, but we are really, Joan, talking about how I am happy that conservatives are going after and exposing these jackholes who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk.
Right. No more nice guy. Like, no, we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tolerance is over.
Yeah.
And here's what I also like, is that these people are seeing actual consequences to their behavior. So I think we were talking earlier about how this might be like an 80-20 issue where like 80% of America is horrified at what happened to Charlie Kirk. But these 20%, they're really loud. And I hope that they're going to suffer some consequences, not anything, physically harmful. But I mean, if they got to lose their job and whatever, and they got to be publicly shamed and publicly flogged, absolutely. You got this whole thing, and I'm going to get into this coming up next. You know what they're actually doing now, these people, is they are talking about and posting who they would like to be next. That's what they're doing. So phone lines are open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Just so you folks know, today's show is going to be, rather loosey-goosey like it kind of was yesterday. Usually I'm very structured. No structure to today's show at all. So if y'all call in and you want to have a conversation about what's going on, that is fine. I've got plenty to, talk about this morning. Phone lines are open, though, 615-737-9986.
Good morning, now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, investigators are working now with new video of that suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting walking through a residential area near the Utah Valley University campus before the shooting. And word now that a student saw a man walking on the roof where the gunman was perched twice in 2 weeks. That student called the man's behavior weird and said that a professor called out to ask if the man was okay. Kirk's body was returned to Arizona on Air Force 2 yesterday with a greeting from Phoenix Air Traffic Control.
Welcome home, Charlie. You didn't deserve it. May God bless your family.
He said you didn't deserve it. Vice President J.D. Vance and his family ushering Kirk's family, Second Lady Usha Vance, holding Erica Kurt's hand as they disembarked yesterday. Meantime, WSMV4 is reporting there's been mixed reaction from the firing of MTSU's Assistant Dean of Students after her social media post blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination.
I think it was the right move, given her position with the students and how close she is with student affairs.
If she said it to her students, that would be a different story entirely, but it was off of her office hours on her personal account, and it's her personal thoughts, and I don't think that the school has any business policing that sort of thing.
MTSU President Dr. Sidney McPhee saying the assistant dean's comments undermine the work and the mission of the institution. At the U.S. Naval Academy yesterday in Maryland, one person was shot as police responded to a threat.
The Naval Academy in Annapolis was placed under lockdown after a threat on social media raised concerns about a possible active shooter. Midshipmen on the campus were sheltering in place when police arrived, and that's when, according to the New York Times, a midshipman mistook an officer for a potential shooter and hit him in the head with a training weapon. They say the officer then opened fire, shooting the midshipman in the arm. Thankfully, both are expected to be okay. And in the end, authorities say there was no active shooter threat.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. That is the latest news, traffic and weather up ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash in the North Gulch area this morning. It's on Church Street at I-40. Watch it. It involves some injuries. Also, Pleasant View, 24, the eastbound side between Springfield and New Hope Road. You've got overnight road work going on. They say it's wrapping up, so it should be out of there soon. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we're talking about what's going on the left and how the right is calling them out with righteous indignation and anger. So this is what people are saying on the socials as people on the left now are calling for who's next. So you got Joe Rogan.
Wait, no, he's not making the...
Papailas said, correct. Okay. Papailas says, I hope they do Joe Rogan next.
Oh, my.
Another one.
Gosh.
Nice. Can we do Ben Shapiro next? J.K. Rowling. Is it Rowling or Rowling?
Rowling.
She's a big-time lib.
She's a big-time lib, but she doesn't want men in women's locker rooms.
She's called out the transgender nonsense.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you've got people that are banning or boycotting Harry Potter.
Yep.
I mean, just all the stupidity.
I actually have a caller that Joe Rogan was doing a podcast with Charlie Sheen. He's coming back into the.
Yeah.
Did you see they had a live reaction as they concluded the podcast to finding that out?
Can you see if you can find that? I want to see that. I couldn't find the
live
short
reaction?
of it. Yeah, the live reaction. Joe Rogan, when he and Charlie Sheen were recording that podcast, they found out in real time, and I guess they left it in, and their reaction was taped. So can you see if you can find me the...
Whoa.
And Charlie Sheen was the voice of reason. Obviously Joe too, but just the fact that what we know about him in his celebrity ways in the 2000s was being a reasonable, sane adult despite everything he's done to himself.
Right. Exactly.
Wow.
All right, let's take some calls real quick. James is in Nashville on WTN. Hey, James.
Hey, Dan, how you doing today?
I'm all right. Go ahead, sir.
I had 3 points I wanted to address with you. The first point is, and you can address them individually, and I'll hang up and listen. I'm kind of surprised that the FBI has not admitted that if we have biometrics that we could use to identify the facial recognitions and identify that with government IDs to see who the killer might be. Second ID is people have seen the shooter on the roof, but there's not been any news reports if any of them notified the authorities to let them know what they saw, so it could have been investigated or anything like that. And the other thing is I would like to see if you could get Marsha Blackburn on the line at some point and ask her if there can be any sort of repercussions for members of Congress or the Senate in terms of, yes, they can exercise their First Amendment rights, but when that incites violence against individuals, what repercussions can be held against them in terms of their position?
All right.
And I'll hang up and listen.
All right. Thanks, James. Let's see here. He brings up a great point about facial recognition because you've seen the photos. I mean, if you haven't, I mean, they're all over the place.
They're a little grainy, though.
Some new ones came out that are a lot more clear. So you would think that they would be able to find this guy pretty quickly unless he was in some sort of a disguise. Yesterday, I saw the video of, and you know what, unfortunately, we're just kind of talking here, so I have to assume that people have seen the video of the shooter limping down the street toward the college. He had actually hidden the gun that he used inside his pant leg. And so then after the shooting, of course, he jumped off the building and went down and then ran into that neighborhood, that subdivision, whatever it was. So they still haven't found him, but he does bring up a great point, which is why in the world can't we, with the facial recognition, find this guy pretty quickly? That's number one. I forgot what number two was, but number three is, the people on the roof. Yeah, there's video of people who were saying there's a guy up on the roof. And did they alert authorities? One of the things that I heard Chris say was, and I'm stupefied by this, how is it possible that after Trump's assassination attempt in Butler, that we are still leaving a roof unmanned.
And allowing someone to set up in a place where they could be assassinated like this.
It's crazy.
It is.
Like, why would you not? Have we not learned?
And the story that I just did, they saw him on the roof twice in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, scouting
scoping out a spot. And nobody called police. What?
It's crazy. And everybody knew Charlie Kirk was coming. I think that, is there a naivete of society right now where you see somebody on the roof? Maybe they thought that it was an air conditioner repair person. But here's the thing. If you're taking video of somebody up on the roof, which is what I saw on social media, well, then you're obviously suspicious. Tell somebody. And I don't know if they did tell somebody and that somebody didn't do anything. But I mean, good Lord, hopefully moving forward, they learn to protect the roof. But one of the things that Chris said the other day was, you got a guy like Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro, somebody shows up to do this kind of a thing, and the security, you're inhibited by what the school will allow. Because remember, they don't want to militarize the school, right? So they don't want a bunch of security, which is absolute BS. So there's a lot to that conversation. Number 3 is what he asked is, can we get Marsha Blackburn on the phone, or maybe Haggerty or somebody, and figure out how we can pass some sort of legislation where if we have people on the left who are, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, where they are inciting violence against people on the right, then can they be held accountable? Now, we do have to be careful because of free speech concerns. And, let's be honest, we have a lot of conservatives who also have a lot to say about Democrats. And so it's one of those things where, we got to figure out, when it comes to this kind of speech, what can be seen as, over the top and encouraging somebody to do something horrific, and somebody just criticizing someone else. Like, that's the thing. We can't get into a situation here in society where we're not allowed to speak our mind. I actually just had somebody on the super text line who said I shouldn't be saying some of the things that I'm saying because I'm sounding like the other side. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm not calling anybody Hitler or any of those things. And I'm responding to what people are saying on social media.
Yeah, it's a false moral equivalency is what it is. And part of the reason I mentioned you through the talkback, Omar, she came out and was talking about Charlie Kirk's death. Well, he opposed Juneteenth. He didn't, celebrate George Floyd's life. And so she's trying to draw.
Because there was so much to celebrate with George Floyd.
Yeah.
Which I do, by the way. I've got the Rogan and Sheen audio, and it is safe for air.
Is there a way we can get the video, or is it just audio?
It's a YouTube clip. I'll send it to you. We'll screen share it.
Send it to the Dan Show. All right, real quick. Joan, they found the guy who had asked Charlie Kirk a question before he was shot?
Oh.
Yeah, he was on CNN. His name is, what is his name? Well, here's what he said.
Yeah.
And people have obviously pointed to the irony that the point that I was trying to make is how peaceful the left was right before he got shot. And that only makes sense if we stay peaceful. And as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I'm on the record for how much I disagree with Charlie Kirk. But, man, dude, he is still a human being. Have we forgotten that? Are we crazy?
Yeah, that's a guy by the name of Hunter Kozak. And we do need to remember.
Wow, he sounds shaken.
We do need to remember that as we go through all of this, and I was talking about some of the posts on social media that have happened, where they're saying who's next, who they would like to see taken out next. I don't believe that this is the preponderance, obviously, of people on the left. I don't. I think that there are a lot of people like this guy, Hunter Kozak, who I would disagree with almost everything with him. But it sounds like we're on the same page as far as the murder of Charlie Kirk and the celebration on the left. Now, what I would like to see, though, that being said, is more people on the left coming out and calling out the people that are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. That is what I would like to see. If you're a Democrat, if you're somebody on that side of the aisle and you see people of your own political persuasion doing that kind of stuff, you ought to call them out. Because here's the deal. It only looks bad. It really looks bad for your side. This is Robert in Colioca on WTN. Hey, Robert.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm all right. Go ahead, sir.
Good. Long-time listener, first-time caller. What about Congress and the people who did not do the moment of silence? Can they be, instead of being, what's that, closure or something like that, can they not be just voted out?
No. I mean, they can be censured, that kind of thing, but that effectively doesn't really mean a whole heck of a lot. The problem is that these folks are Democrats and they're voted in by their constituents. Those are the people that they are held accountable to. I mean, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, he can do, there's certain, disciplinary measures that take him off of their committee assignments, that kind of thing. But there was an interview, and Robert, I appreciate the call, especially first-time caller. I actually had audio from yesterday where Johnson basically said, well, the emotions are, you know what? Johnson excused it.
Yeah.
Mike Johnson excused it. That's what he did, where he said, and maybe I'll try to pull up the audio, but basically he said, oh, yeah, emotions were running high. It's like, okay, well, that's fine. Emotions were running high, but it doesn't excuse the fact that roughly, half your chamber was saying no, that Charlie Kirk, in the moment of his passing, did not deserve a spoken prayer. It's just,
They all found the sufficient means to put garb on that made them look like they were supporting Black causes, whatever, and take a knee on the steps of the Capitol.
Oh, yeah.
And pose for pictures like they were praying for him then.
And every time the anthem played or we recognized the flag in any capacity, people kneeled over it because of that.
Yes.
Yep. All right, this is Charlie Kirk. This is Joe Rogan and Charlie Sheen talking about, in real time as they found out, that Charlie Kirk had been shot. This is Joe Rogan and Charlie Sheen. It's on video as well.
Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
It's f***ing awful.
And is he dead?
No, I don't think so.
That's what was just...
One of the guys out there just said it was confirmed that he's dead.
In the lobby was just...
I've been looking. I haven't seen anything that said confirmed.
Whoa.
Murder for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
sorry?
dead?
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Or in news.
Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a suspect?
I don't know. Well, that's why I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter, and it's all...
Nobody deserves it. He doesn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if there's been conversations about where were you when you found out Charlie Kirk was shot, but everything is recorded these days. And so people can either post or social media. That in particular was being filmed for Joe Rogan's podcast. But I have had a lot of people ask me, literally, where were you when you found out? Kind of like, when Kennedy was shot or Reagan was shot or whatever. So
when Trump was shot.
When Trump was shot. That as well. Real quickly, because folks have been holding. This is Kevin in White House on WTN. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I just want to let you know another incident at Ball State Community College happened to my son yesterday. He was in an English class, and instead of teaching English, the teacher told about what she felt when Charlie passed, and basically she said, good, I'm glad that a-hole is dead. Then she proceeded to talk about how Charlie Kirk encouraged the death of homosexuals, and then compared him celebrating the death of Hitler is similar to this situation. And I think people should wake up. This is a state-funded school. Our tax dollars are going to this college, and I don't think most people realize that this is going on in more places than you realize.
Have you?
Thanks for.
Oh, no, hold on. Have you, Kevin, notified the school?
I have, and basically, my son is 16 years old. He's doing dual enrollment because he wanted to get a head start on college, and they're basically wanting him to come in and give like a formal statement, basically kind of putting it back on us, like the burden of proof, when she basically discussed this in every class she had yesterday.
I don't suppose you got it on tape. Did he happen to,
there's like between 40 and 60 students who she said this to over an 8-hour period. And instead of just asking the teacher, did you say these things? People are saying that you said this. That's how people do it. They want to put the burden back on you when, it's the teacher would probably admit to saying it because they're not shy about their beliefs either. So.
Well, I mean, just me talking, my opinion doesn't matter, but I would say send your son in there and stand up for what's right. If they need a witness, then your son should be the witness.
Absolutely.
That teaches him a lot of lessons.
Well, and I agree, but kids at that age as well are terrified of situations like that, and they don't want to cause trouble. They don't want retribution or a bad grade or things like that as well.
Yeah, but if she gets crap, if she was doing this all day, and she gets crap canned as she should, then he's not going to have to worry about the bad grades. And by the way,
do me a favor. Yeah, tell me the name of the school again.
Vol State.
Vol State Community College in Gallatin, Tennessee.
And maybe you can tell me this off the air. I'd like to know the name of the teacher.
Yep.
And I'd be willing to make a phone call to the school and say, hey, have you fired this teacher yet?
Let's put Kevin on hold. Going to put him on hold. And real quick, I want to get to Chris in Spring Hill. Chris, real quick, go ahead, sir. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. I just want to say most of these people are of age and too old to be acting this way. I know they didn't act this way when they were raised. It's shameful. It's unprofessional. And it's a misrepresentation of a bunch of states out there, of especially senators, congressmen, whatever they are, to be pushing the next person to be as a target.
Right. Well, and I'll tell you what too.
The best thing I ever heard.
Chris, I'm going to say this real quick, Chris. They're going to make it once they find whoever the shooter is. They'll make him into a hero.
Correct.
Yeah. Go ahead, real quick.
Last thing, the best quote I heard yesterday: "You can kill the messenger, but you can't kill the message."
It's exactly right, Chris, and that's why. And thank you for the call. That's why my main message in all of this, as I said, probably ad nauseum yesterday. Find your favorite Charlie Kirk clip or clips and post them on social media and flood the feeds with the message of Charlie Kirk. And Chris, thank you for the reminder on that. It is 5:56 on WTN.
Gosh. Well, hello there. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 64 right now. Some of us have some fog this morning. Got to watch it. But we're headed all the way up to a steamy 92 today. In the news, another Nashville employee is in hot water over a social media post related to Charlie Kirk's assassination. This time, it's a 911 dispatch employee placed on leave now for what they posted. The Department of Communication employee posted a caricature of Kirk shot with an open wound to his neck. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Now, the department says it was made aware of that social media post, and they're now investigating. They're asking people not to call their phones about the post so that they can keep those lines open to emergencies.
This employee, who has been unnamed so far, is on leave pending an investigation, not fired. Two faculty at East Tennessee State University suspended for allegedly celebrating Kirk's assassination. They are Dr. Andrew Herman and Dr. Russ Brown. And at MTSU, there's a woman that has been suspended as well, not fired. State Rep Jeremy Faison says that the state legislature is ready, though, to fix that.
And we all understand that universities are a liberal bastion. We get it. Wish it wasn't that way, but it is that way. But at least at a bare minimum, respect life in such a way that you don't enter into a celebration of somebody else's murder. And I think that's what the taxpayers of Tennessee expect of our professors.
He was speaking with Matt Murphy yesterday. Now, as we reported, it was MTSU Assistant Dean Laura Sash Leitze fired after a post suggesting that Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Also today, a Metro fire department employee was suspended for allegedly posting a limited edition Charlie Kirk Labubu toy figure, which a former West Virginia House of Representatives member shared. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. If mortgage rates are any indicator, and they usually are, the Fed appears likely to cut a key lending rate at its meeting next week. The average 30-year fixed has fallen 15 basis points, the largest weekly drop in a year. Hopes for an interest rate cut drove the major stock indexes to new record highs yesterday. The Dow Jones soared 617 points and closed above 46,000 for the first time. The S&P surged 0.85%, the Nasdaq Composite 0.75%. The head of a legacy airline says the once profitable discount airline model is dead. At an industry conference, United CEO Scott Kirby predicted that Spirit Airlines, now in bankruptcy court, will be forced out of business. A new flavor that melts in your mouth, not in your hand. M&M's is adding honey roasted peanut to its candy lineup. You'll be able to get your hands on it at retailers including Walmart and on M&Ms.com starting this month. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures all pointing down this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:04, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Window Nation. Listen, we are going to eventually get into some nice, cooler weather, and you need the proper windows to make sure that the heat stays inside and the cold air stays out. Enter my friends at Window Nation. They will protect your home against the fall and winter weather. Get replacement windows from my friends at Window Nation. Top quality, energy-efficient windows from a trusted company, all at a reasonable price. But wait, there's more. They also offer you a lifetime warranty on all of their windows, so you can relax knowing your home is protected far into the future. Now, save big here in the month of September. Buy 2 windows, you are going to get 2 windows free and make no payments for 2 years. So you don't have to deal with monthly payments, a down payment, or interest until 2027. This is a great company, an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. And yours truly, they've put 4 windows in my home. Never been happier with a window company. This sale ends on September 30th. Again, buy 2 windows, get 2 windows for free, make no payments for 2 years. Schedule a fast and free estimate right now with the pros at Window Nation. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Okay, so I'm seeing delays starting now on 24, but it's not a problem. It's just volume delays hitting all the way up to 40 in Nashville this morning. And traveling in from the north, looks like 24 as you're heading the eastbound lanes. That's pretty slow as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. Somebody posted, I guess, on Rumble somewhere, and Joan, this was before your time. Sam, this was before your time. But somebody posted and said the same people, the types of people who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk are the same people that celebrated the death of Phil Valentine. And that is true. That's absolutely true. You got, oh my goodness, Joan. When Phil passed away, the lack of humanity in some people was horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I mean, you know what? I don't want to go back to that horrific time. But what I said at the time was there are so many people that are mourning the loss of Phil Valentine, and you could say the same thing about Charlie Kirk, is that it does drown out the just vile people that were celebrating in Uncle Phil's demise. So, but yeah, that people are making that correlation, and it is true. It is true. Now, again, it's not all of the people on the left. And in the last hour, I played you a little bit of audio from somebody, one of the last people to ask Charlie Kirk a question before the assassination. And he said, listen, there's a lot of things that I disagree with Charlie Kirk on, but he shouldn't have been shot. And he's still a human being. And so I would like to see more people on the left come out and condemn their own side. No, I don't think that they're going to, but I would very much like to see that en masse, just like the fans of Charlie Kirk are coming out and condemning the hateful and celebratory comments regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. By the way, here's how it's going to work today. We are taking calls all show long. Phone lines are open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. The search for Charlie Kirk's killer does continue. Now, I do like this. This is a headline. Of course, we did speak a little bit about this in the last hour, where the FBI came out and they have a $100,000 reward for information leading to the arrest. Now, here's the thing. Yesterday, at one point, they said they were really close and the walls were closing in. Well, then why are they offering a reward? I mean, that'd be my question. That's number one. Number two, and also, why are they then asking for everyone's Ring camera images from that point in time, right? So I don't know if the FBI is as close as they were indicating at first to finding who did this and making an arrest. But real quick, Bill Ackman has come out and he is contributing $1 million to the FBI's $100,000 reward. Robbie Starbucks has pledged an additional $25,000. Love Robbie. Some other folks have also contributed to the fund as well. So we do have, I mean, I think that is $1.15 million is now the the total reward for information leading to the arrest of the person that took out Charlie Kirk.
And if anyone wants to get mad about that, those are private donations. That's not the FBI offering that money up. And then the other thing I would point out is that there was $250,000 offered for information leading to who hung the noose at the Titan Stadium construction site. So spare me your selective outrage on that.
Yes, that's a great point. By the way, I need my water.
Oh, sorry.
Did you not do your duties today?
No, I didn't.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I'm having some voice issues today, and so I told him that during the break I had to read a commercial, and he said, "Do you want me to get you some water?" And I said, "That would be fantastic, thank you." And it's 6:12, and I still don't have my water.
Did he bring your slippers? I mean, honestly.
That's enough out of you, Philly Joan. Anyway, no, he offered, so it's very nice of him. Here's some good news. Students at Vanderbilt say that they are going to start their own Turning Point chapter. You know, one of the things, and I don't know, friends, if you listened to Chris Hand's show yesterday, I mean, he made it through, and he did an outstanding job during his show. Of course, very emotional for Chris, as you can imagine. He knew Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was a big influence on Chris, and he said that there's a lot of Turning Point people here in Middle Tennessee. This is the headline from the Tennessean. Vanderbilt students plan to start Turning Point chapter after founder Charlie Kirk's death. You know, one of the things that I said yesterday was, I think that, and I don't want to, be seen as politicizing his death, whatever, but I do believe that ultimately this will be good for Charlie Kirk's message. Because I think that people are so horrified at what happened that they are, and I've noticed people are doing this, and it's not because it's what I've been asking, but because people are just doing it. They are amplifying Charlie Kirk's message. And so there's probably a lot of people out there who, frankly, hadn't really paid much attention to Charlie Kirk. But there was a caller yesterday, I think it was to Murphy's show, who said that he was not as familiar with Charlie Kirk, but he is now listening to his message. And as I said yesterday, those are timeless. Follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. I've been reposting and sharing a lot of the videos that he has made over the years. But I love this from the Tennessean. By the way, Super Text line is open, and we are taking phone calls as well all show long. I'm sure Chris is going to take some calls too. 615-737-9986. Would love to hear where you're at today. Here's where I'm at. Where I'm at is yesterday we mourned, today we're getting active. And in the news today, it's really, to be perfectly honest, it is hard to get away from all the people who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, but also how they are being outed. They're being outed by either people on the right or people even, within their own circle of friends who are horrified at what their friends are doing. So I love this, and people are getting, we've been talking about this. We talked about it in the 5 o'clock hour. People have been fired. People have been suspended. We'll continue that coverage. But Charlie Kirk's death has now inspired some folks at Vanderbilt University who are now going to form a Turning Point USA chapter on campus in response to the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. They say the students have not yet filed paperwork with the university to create a registered student organization on campus. They did say they're in contact with leadership at Turning Point USA. And yesterday, Chris was talking about how there's a lot of Turning Point people here in Middle Tennessee. So I love that this is happening. They talk about Charlie Kirk started, as you know, friends, if you've been listening, he started at the age of 18 or 19 years old, starting Turning Point USA, and it grew into at least $100 million organization. And I think that is incredible. So when we talk about getting activated, when we talk about, remember what Greg Gutfeld said yesterday, and I thought this was so powerful. I'm actually going to play it again. I need some audio. Greg Gutfeld said yesterday that it takes a lot to really mobilize the right. It takes a lot for the right, and I'm air quoting, it takes a lot for the right to get really pissed off. But this might be the moment.
Thoughts and prayers for his family. They need it from all of us. And Jesse's right. If they can do this, they are capable of anything. I think that was the message. I believe that was the message. It's really hard to radicalize Republicans.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're not the radical type. But if you thought that you were going to shut a movement down, you're going to get a rude awakening. You woke us the fuck up.
I mean, I think that is true. And you know, it's interesting, too, because as we talk about all of these things, you know, yesterday I didn't play a lot of the comments that people like Governor Pritzker out in Illinois said, or some of these other folks. But
all due respect,
I do want to point out, this is Gavin Newsom just a few weeks ago. Remember when Gavin Newsom said this? These things, these comments by these people on the left are not aging well. This was Gavin Newsom just a few weeks ago.
I'm sorry. I know some people's sensibilities. I respect and appreciate that. But right now, with all due respect, we're walking down a damn different path. We're fighting fire with fire, and we're going to punch these sons of bitches in the mouth.
Or shoot him in the neck. Is that what Gavin Newsom meant? I'm just asking questions. But when you use that kind of vernacular, and you know that your side has been gunning for the right, literally gunning for the right for a long time, it just seems absolutely reckless. And by the way, when Newsom says we're going to fight fire with fire, what exactly does he mean? Because Republicans aren't going out and shooting folks. I mean, we were trying to figure out, okay, so when was the last time a Republican shot a Democrat, like what's happened with Charlie Kirk or Donald Trump? I mean, I can't think of one. Can you? I mean, if anybody can, Sam, you're smarter than I am. When was the last time a Republican tried to, in a political assassination kind of a thing, when was the last time it happened? I can't think of one.
I don't know if it has happened ever, and if it has, it hasn't happened in decades.
Yeah, we don't know what happened in Minnesota. We don't know who that guy was. We don't have that information. John is calling from Bethpage on WTN. Hey, John, go ahead.
Good morning, Dan. I just appreciate you and what you're doing and trying to get the word out. And, Joan, I hope you have good results going and talking to Ball State today. That's the school I went to become a paramedic, and my kids all went there before they moved on to four-year colleges. So I'm very ashamed of that person being kept in the classroom if that's what happens.
Well,
so,
and you know what? If that, and John, if that happened, and we're trying to find out if that happened, and I did encourage that caller's son to come forward and be a witness, because that's what conservatives need right now. If that's what his son witnessed and that went on all day, well, then that teacher does need to be outed. And John is a guy who is a proud alum of Vol State. You ought to call Vol State and say, hey, listen, I'm an alum. And if this is true, I heard this on WTN, then if this is true, I expect you to do your due diligence. If this is what happened, that teacher needs to be fired.
I agree totally.
All right, John, thank you very much for the call. I do appreciate it. If you're just listening, if you're just tuning in, earlier in the program, in the 5 o'clock hour, we had a guy call up and said his son, who is 16, but he's taking classes at Vol State, dual enrollment. And he said yesterday the teacher went on for like an hour on how great of a thing it was that Charlie Kirk had been shot and killed. And I told the caller was like, well, they're turning it back on us because they want him to come in and testify, if you will. And I told them, well, they do need witnesses and they do need people to confirm what these allegations are. And I told him I think that his son needed to go to the principal or whoever it is there at Vol State and say, yeah, I can confirm this is what she did. And I can guarantee you that if that's what this professor was doing, somebody had to have rolled tape on that.
And with more voices, we can do something. And that's the whole point of this. We must do something.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, as we've all been saying, as I said, Matt Murphy did with his I Am Charlie Kirk sort of thing that he did the other day, and calling out people who are doing this kind of thing. I think that we do, as conservatives, we do need to be activated. And I love how, as a party, we're going after these people. I think it's great because they do need to be outed. This is David calling from Tennessee on WTN, obviously. Hey, David, how are you?
Hi, thank you very much for your support and my time. I just got off work, and I was that other caller the other day that never got through. I'm completely ignorant to politics. When I first heard his name, I'm like, who's that guy that got shot? But then I saw the YouTube video. Great debater, amazing phenomenon, such a faithful speaker. And when I put that faith to that name, my heart broke and shattered, but so much more that it was a wake-up call to the government, to the world around me. I mean, I'm a father and a husband and a hard worker, but I'm also an American citizen, a registered voter. I've served the military 15 years. And as far as it's time to act and do something, there's got to be an understanding of what that push your followers are going to support with. Because some like to take advantage or overboard when they don't even know what they're prepared to do in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, every member of the military was a safety officer, and when you see something, you got to say something. And a lot of people are scared. And Dan Kirk, my gosh, he was brave, and sometimes a sad truth in history, many iconic, historic people that somehow they're trying to erase from history, that our kids don't even know who Pink Man was in Tiananmen Square.
Right.
When Martin Luther King was taken to heaven, you saw a shift in society, and I believe another shift is coming to our society.
So, David, real quick, so you were kind of apolitical. You have heard about Charlie Kirk. You remember Charlie Kirk. You're watching his videos now. I'm hoping you're sharing the videos on your social media. So would you say that you have sort of had an awakening to what Charlie Kirk stood for, which is biblical conservative values, family values as well? Would you say that you've kind of had an awakening, and would you call yourself now a conservative, or what would you call yourself? You said originally you were apolitical. Do you now identify more as a conservative?
Oh, I identify myself as an American ignorant. I'm a professional ignorant that needs to be educated, and I can't follow anyone with hearsay. I need to start finding facts myself.
Well, Dave,
and listening to WWTN, you guys do amazing news as far as illustrating both sides of the table. Every college needs to set up that table and expand that fair talk. A peaceful talk is much better than a fatal or damaging, massive destruction.
Well, Dave, I appreciate your awakening. I appreciate it. Sounds like, Joan, he's kind of just discovered WTN as well. Keep listening to WTN. Keep watching those videos of Charlie Kirk, and find those people that are telling the truth. And in a very short amount of time, David, you will no longer be ignorant, as you said. You will be informed, and I appreciate you calling in. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan, what do we got?
Well, the latest on what's going on around here with the Charlie Kirk assassination and the manhunt for his killer. Those are coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here, and let me tell you about contours. Now, listen, if you not happy with the way that you look, if you're not happy with the way you look in a bathing suit, maybe you want to firm up for the holidays, family coming into town and so forth, call my friends at Contours and sign up for one of their belly buster specials from Contours. Now, this is a great company. They've been helping people all across Middle Tennessee. These belly buster specials right now, if you're one of the first 10 callers to this phone number, 615-236-9960, then you get it for just $99. Now, what is a belly buster special? Well, it is cutting edge. It is red light technology. It is unique. It is effective. It is all the rage, and it is at Contours. Call them right now, 615-236-9960, and you're going to get it for only $99. And if you want to find out more about what Contours can do for you, maybe find out a little bit more about this red light technology, go to their website. It is contoursllc.com, contoursllc.com. And if you want to get that belly buster special for just $99, call them right now at 615-236-9960. Contours, all you've got to lose is inches.
Good morning. It's now 6:31. And I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And of course, the top story of the day remains that of the manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer. The FBI has released some new images and videos of the suspect. And there are more people who are losing their jobs over their social media posts glorifying the assassination.
Amid outrage over graphic videos online, TikTok now vowing to remove images of Kirk's shooting. While in Arizona, Charlie Kirk's widow returning home with her husband's body, escorted by Vice President J.D. Vance, who described Kirk as a true friend.
That's ABC's Morgan Norwood. Meantime, Comedy Central has pulled a recent South Park episode from its rotation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's shooting. Now, in that episode, Eric Cartman's character parodies Kirk, mimicking Kirk's mannerisms and his debate style. The episode was originally aired in August, but it was scheduled for a rerun on Wednesday night. That was the day he was killed. While it is pulled from Comedy Central's lineup, that episode is still available on demand on Paramount Plus. A protest last night outside the Rutherford County Courthouse by people opposed to the sheriff's office signing on to an agreement with ICE.
The 287G program allows local law enforcement to help with federal immigration enforcement. The Rutherford County Sheriff's Office signed on to the program at the end of August. It means sheriff's deputies will be able to serve immigration warrants on undocumented immigrants who are in their jail.
That's Channel 4's Braden Ross. Now, while most were protesting that agreement, there was one man there, Kumar Sangaran, who spoke to Channel 4 in favor of the program.
It's the right thing. Absolutely, I support the Sheriff's Department, because if you are here illegally without any paperwork and if you are in jail, you should be deported.
Hundreds of other agencies across the country have joined ICE, that ICE program as well. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 634, Nashville's Morning News. DT McCall's, listen, oh, by the way, coming up, Joan, Sam, folks, did you hear Larry, what Stephen King did?
Oh, no. Was it something despicable?
Oh, we're going to talk about it. Stephen King. And more of your calls coming up next here on WTN. Dan here for DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value. I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They've been helping folks out for 3 generations. And if you need it, DT McCall's has it. Indoor furniture. They've got a room to fill. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need an appliance, if it plugs in, they've got it as well. And the thing I love about DT McCall's is so many things. By the way, very pro-America, very pro-Tennessee. And DT McCall's is very pro-WTN as well. And we got to support the businesses that support WTN. So if you need an appliance, if you need a piece of furniture, they've got it at great prices. Just go to the front page of their website. It is dtmccalls.com. They do have specials on all the best brands of appliances and furniture. Check them out online at dtmccalls.com. They've been doing it for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they will deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. DT McCall's, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. And yeah, always online, dtmccalls.com.
There is an accident this morning in Green Hills. It's on Harding Place at Hillsborough Pike. That's the only crash, but we do have backups on 24 westbound side all the way in from the Laverne area this morning. Slow too on 24 east and 65 south at the merge. And it's also slow in some spots on 65 northbound headed up through the Franklin and Brentwood areas. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I got an email, Joan and Sam.
Oh, yeah?
From the prolific poster Tammy, who I love Tammy. She's great.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
So it's really long, so I can't read the whole thing. But basically, here's what she says. Like everyone, I've really been challenged on a lot of levels for the past 2 days. And I've been praying in ways I haven't in a long time, asking for some enlightenment on how I and others can move forward without anger. Scanning socials through the night, a subtle positive sign for me, she says, was from someone who posted, I guess it's placing lilies on Charlie Kirk's impromptu memorial and walking away. So I think basically what she's trying to do is Tammy is hoping that we can somehow unite like we did post 9/11. And part of what I would say is, number one, I appreciate not wanting, I would say to Tammy and folks, that there are a lot of signs of enlightenment. You just got to know where to look. For example, I don't know if you saw this, Joan and Sam or folks, but on college campuses, like Christian campuses across the country, you are seeing big gatherings of Charlie Kirk memorials.
I've seen that. Liberty University.
Liberty University was one.
Yeah.
Huge, massive, I don't know, rally, whatever you'd call it, of people remembering Charlie Kirk. And no anger, just sort of honoring who he was and his message. And so, Tammy, I would say to anybody who is looking for some enlightenment, number one, I think it's okay to be angry. Like I do. I think it's okay to be angry. But you've got to use that anger and funnel it into something positive. So what I'm doing, because I am incredibly angry, is I am asking people, and I'm doing the same thing. And Tammy, you are a prolific poster, so you should do this too, is find those great videos of Charlie Kirk and share them. I think that it is important to not just, I could spend an entire broadcast just, playing the ridiculous audio of what people are saying. But, the other thing that we're doing is we're taking, calls from you folks, and we're also pointing out a lot of the positive things that Charlie Kirk did over the years, and we want to spread that message. So if you're looking for some enlightenment, Tammy, just find the messages from Charlie Kirk that you agree with and share them.
She just commented in the YouTube chat that, hey, by the way, in my email, it was Bruce Springsteen who is setting the lilies on the memorial, who is notoriously outspoken on all things
good.
MAGA.
She had a typo in there, and I didn't quite know how to read it. So Bruce Springsteen placed some lilies on Charlie Kirk's memorial. Mm-hmm. That's amazing, because we all know that Bruce Springsteen is very much to the left. So I think that's great that Bruce Springsteen did that.
I think we should expect, maybe hold out some hope that we'll see more of that. These people that have gone left in the celebrity world because it's popular, because it gains them networking and followers and things like that. Let's see their sensibilities like Springsteen. Let's see them come to the surface and realize what they've been aligning themselves with and how it's been ripping this country apart. Maybe it's the wake-up call. Maybe it's the turning point.
Well, and here's the thing is I could say, be more like Bruce. Be more like Bruce. Don't be like Stephen King. You see what Stephen King did real quick, and then I'm going to get to your calls?
Yeah, you tease this, and we expect you to deliver.
Stephen King says that Charlie Kirk advocated for stoning gays to death.
Oh, he's so weird.
So, yeah, now I was speaking in the 5 o'clock hour about a guy that he hired me, the guy that hired me, my first ever job in radio, and somehow he ends up on my Facebook timeline, and he said the same thing, which obviously is total and complete BS. And so the thing that I like, though, is that people, and this goes along with the theme of the day, which is people started calling out Stephen King. I mean, you had all of these Donald Trump supporters that are saying, and you know, people that are, Mike Lee is one, the Senator Mike Lee had a lot of things to say about calling out Stephen King. A lot of other people called him out as well because what Stephen King was saying was actually an absolute lie. It was, frankly, a prostitution of what Charlie Kirk actually said about gay people, because that's not what he said. And bottom line is, he was saying, and I've got the audio, what Charlie Kirk was saying was that the Bible says certain things in putting it in full context. The Bible talks about stoning gay people. He never said it. The Bible said it. So this is the actual audio, just to give the full context of Charlie Kirk and what he said to a woman who was talking about the Bible and taking it in and out of the proper context.
The first part is Deuteronomy 6:3-5. The second part is Leviticus 19. So you love God. So you must love his law. How do you love somebody?
Here we go, folks.
You love them by telling them the truth, not by confirming or affirming their sin. And it says, by the way, Miss Rachel, you might want to crack open that Bible of yours. In a lesser referenced part of the same part of Scripture is in Leviticus 18, is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
He's referring, of course, to Miss Rachel.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's putting it in context. And so they're saying that he said in some maniacal diatribe that gay people should be stoned to death. Now, do you think that Larry King, I keep saying Larry, I'm so old. Stephen King, do you think he'll apologize? No. He won't apologize. But they're bastardizing what Charlie Kirk said, and they're taking it way out of context. Well, they're not taking it out of context. They're lying about what he said. And that obviously needs to be called out. And real quick, we got to do the traffic. Then I'm going to get through some of these calls. 615-737-9986. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather for today, it looks like it's going to be partly sunny, a high of 90, feeling like 93. This trend continues through the weekend, hitting a high of 93 on Sunday. And Daniel is on line 1 on WTN. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I was listening yesterday, and I caught the tail end of the conversation, so I'm not sure who you were speaking with, but it was a lady, and she referenced a quote that she had heard from someone previously and referenced it towards Charlie. And I'm hoping that you can remember the quote because I couldn't, but I thought it was a great quote. And I think that we could all hear it again today, and it'd be great.
Gosh, Joan, who was that and what did they say?
I think it was Judy, right?
Okay.
I think it was
Tell me
Judy,
again that I didn't hear him.
It was a great quote. I think it was Judy.
Mm-hmm.
And she said something It was the wrap up of the conversation, and she said something very pithy. And it was just a very quick quote. And I don't remember. You know what? Daniel, keep listening, because I guarantee you in about a minute and a half, I'm going to have 50 people on the super text line reminding me what Judy said. And thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Or Judy, you can call back in.
Or Judy, call back in. Yeah, we take so many calls, and like it's hard for me to remember everything, but I remember now what Judy said was amazing. Will you keep an eye on the super text line for me, Sam, because I know that somebody's going to text it in. Scott's in Nashville on WTN. Hey, Scott.
Yes, I'd like to talk about to the fact that you said that we got to be positive and everything, but what you need to realize that this other side doesn't really care if we're alive. They want to annihilate us. And on some level, this must be met with some and equal action.
So what are you suggesting?
I have no idea at this point. But if they're killing us, that might be a cause for war eventually if we don't watch what we do.
So
I'll listen to what you got to say.
All right, Scott. I'm a big advocate for self-defense. That's number one. Number two is that what we are doing as our side, because I don't advocate for violence. I don't. That's how we lose. We win with ideas. We win with debate because we are on the side of right. And we have all the ammunition we need with just our track record of success and our, in my opinion, our moral authority, our Bible, our God, our values. So I think that we are doing what we need to do. We are exposing the left. I mean, look what's happened with Stephen King. A lot of people did expose him. We're exposing the people in the Vols, not the Vols, but Vol State, where somebody, a teacher apparently spent an hour criticizing and celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. We're on that story, and if we get confirmation that a teacher actually did that, we will expose that teacher, and hopefully they will fire that teacher. I've got all these different stories that I haven't even gotten to yet of all of these people in Tennessee that lost their jobs or have been suspended because they celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. That's what we need to do. That is how we win with ideas and values and debate. And I think that is ultimately how we win, because if we go out, and I don't know if you were advocating for violence, I think it was Scott, I don't know if you were advocating for violence or what, but we've had some of those calls. We don't win in the long run. I just had a call a little bit ago where a guy said that he's proudly ignorant. He said he was apolitical, and he said that he was a registered ignorant. But guess what? Because of the ideas of Charlie Kirk and because of what he's hearing on WTN, and because we are winning in the battle of ideas, he is becoming and has become now a conservative. That's how we win in the long run. But I get the emotion. I totally get the emotion. Sam.
So shout out JT in the YouTube chat, remembering what Judy had to say.
What did she say?
Something along the lines of, I want to live for something worth dying for and be willing to die for something worth living for.
That is exactly what she said.
Beautiful.
That is.
Steel
whose quote
trap
is
memory.
that? Whose quote is that?
I'll find it.
I mean, I don't know if that's Judy's. I mean, that's pretty good if it's Judy. Judy, I need you to write my Christmas cards. Real quick, John is on the road. Hey, John, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to make a couple of what I consider points that I use for talking. Is number one, the right or conservatives, we never wish death on anybody. We never called for Biden to be assassinated or anybody. And the other thing, too, is they didn't hate Charlie for his message. They hated him because he was effective with his message.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I wanted to say. Y'all have a great day. Thanks for taking my call.
John, you are absolutely right. I love it. And that's one of the things that I said yesterday is they killed Charlie Kirk because he was winning. That's why they killed him. They killed Charlie Kirk because he was winning. He was influential. He was changing people's minds, and he was a guiding light towards conservatism and God for all of those college students. And Charlie Kirk didn't start out speaking to 3,000 students. He started out talking to a handful at the age of 18, and it grew into what ultimately Turning Point did become. It really is. If you take the politics out of all of that and just look at the story of Charlie Kirk about how he didn't go to college, he didn't do any of that stuff, but what he did do was he was self-taught. Charlie Kirk was self-taught on, I think, everything. And so he obviously graduated high school, but he built up his Turning Point. He built that up from nothing into an over $100 million corporation, if you will. And he started speaking to, a few dozen people probably, and that grew to thousands of people all across the country. So take the politics out of it, and you just look at how incredibly impactful and effective Charlie Kirk was. And so I think John was right. John was absolutely right that they took out Charlie Kirk because he was effective. And by the way, just so you know, and Joan's got this in the news at the top and the bottom, but if you're just joining us, so far, they have not captured anybody. They've got new video out there, and we've been talking about the video since it came out, I think, yesterday, where they have new video of the suspect jumping off of the roof of that building, getting away into that neighborhood. They also have video of him walking towards the school, towards the building where he took that fatal shot, and he was limping, which means that he had the gun actually in his pants. He hid it in his pants leg. So there's a lot more to go. The number is 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. And Joan has the news coming up at 7. And by the way, Mark Green, former Congressman Mark Green, is going to be here at 7:35. Joan, what you got?
Another Nashville city worker gets canned for glorifying the killing of Charlie Kirk. Also, we'll bring you the words of the Tennessee lawmaker. She wants TPUSA to be shut down at one state school. Those stories and more coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:55 on WTN. The weather in Middle Tennessee, it can get crazy quick, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. So you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and 24-hour monitoring. So when the power goes out in your neighborhood, your power at your house is going to be on. Thanks to the Generator Supercenter, financing is available. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Good morning. Now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A Nashville Fire Department paramedic on administrative leave for what he allegedly posted on social media about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, reports are saying that that the name of the person is Jason Haggard, and he posted this: just got my limited edition Charlie Kirk Labubu. That, by the way, is a popular Chinese toy monster. Nashville Fire is conducting an investigation into the incident. They will not say if that paramedic would be fired. Meantime, Cosby Republican State Rep Jeremy Faison tells WTN's Matt Murphy show the Tennessee legislature is working to make it easier to fire tenured college professors in the wake of their social media posts celebrating Charlie Kirk's death.
We need to make sure if you are a professor or a dean and you have influence over children and the people of Tennessee are paying for your job, you ought to lose your job really quick if you're that crazy to say something foolish like what these professors and deans have said.
It comes after two faculty at East Tennessee State University were suspended for allegedly celebrating Kirk's assassination, Dr. Andrew Herman and Dr. Russ Brown. The body of Charlie Kirk flown home to Arizona from Utah on Air Force Two with Vice President J.D. Vance and his family yesterday. And the man who shot Charlie Kirk to death is still on the loose. ABC News' Matt Gutman.
That's not an easy shot, 130 yards away, even with a high-powered rifle. We don't know if it had a scope, especially given the circumstances. It's one thing, and there are hundreds of millions of firearms in the United States. There are many millions of avid hunters who know how to conceal themselves, who know how to use a firearm, who might be pretty good shots. It's another thing to shoot another human being in an enormously difficult situation, knowing that you've got to run for your life afterwards.
Now, in the wake of the killing, one Democrat state lawmaker wants to cancel TPUSA. Memphis area Senator London Lamar is calling for the University of Memphis to cancel all Turning Point events out of fear of violence. Fox 17's Johnny Maffey with a response to that.
Well, that didn't get taken very well by her colleagues advocating for free speech. Republican State Representative William Lambert responding, saying, quote, "What is wrong with you, London? You used to believe in the First Amendment. When you served in-house, we had several spirited but always respectful exchanges. Now your first impulse is to stifle the message TPUSA is spreading because you don't like it," end quote. And Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives Republican Cameron Sexton also directly confronting Lamar on X, writing, quote, "The top 5 most dangerous zip codes in TN are in Memphis, and you are worried about TPUSA. Where is your desire to combat the nightly violence imposed by the 100-plus gangs?"
Now, the University of Memphis chapter of TPUSA has roughly 55 members. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures in the red. Dow futures down 100 right now. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There is a crash at the Eastern Split, 40 westbound, just past the I-24 merge this morning. It's in the left lane, blocked off there. That involves a tractor trailer, by the way. Davidson, Brick Church Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard, there's a crash. Another one in Green Hills on Harding Place at Hillsborough Pike. And watch yourself in Madison on I-65 southbound. The right shoulder is blocked off by a couple of cars in an accident there at the Due West Avenue overpass. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, and the phone lines today are open as well. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. I don't know if you saw this last night, but the NFL held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Now, yesterday, we shared with you the big scoreboard presentation of Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, at Yankee Stadium in New York.
Right.
Incredibly lefty New York.
Yeah.
Now, this was the Green Bay Packers and the NFL hold a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And obviously, I love this. I think that what we need to make sure that we do, need some video, is make sure that we are pointing out that there's a lot of good that is happening. And this is what happened last night.
In a moment of silent reflection following the murder of Charlie Kirk, the NFL condemns all violence in our communities. It will take all of us to stop hate. Thank you.
And there you go. Moment of silence for Charlie Kirk from the NFL, which is great because, the NFL is incredibly, lefty these days. The other thing that happened, and this was great. Did you see that President Trump was in Yankee Stadium, talking about Yankee Stadium, when he was, the Yankees were playing the Tigers, and apparently the game last night, Trump goes to the locker room. It's not playoffs time, is it? I'm so out of touch with baseball these days. But no, it's only September, so I don't think are the playoffs going on right now, Sam, for baseball?
Sorry, repeat that, Dan.
Are the baseball playoffs going on right now?
No.
Okay, thank you, Joan. I'm so out of touch with baseball these days. But President Trump was in the Yankees locker room. Listen to what he said.
You're going to win. I'll tell you what, George Steinbrenner was a great friend of mine, the whole family. It's a great family, and Randy is wonderful, and I will say you're going to win. George used to coach. For some reason, I don't know what it was, we won every time I came. Randy, is that right? Every time we came, we'd win a game, and he'd call me. He was, you think that was easy sitting with him for a game? It wasn't. It was brutal. You were exhausted at the end, but he won, and you're going to win. You're going to go all the way, and you'll get in the playoff, and I think you're going to I think we'll start off. How about tonight? We'll start from tonight on.
There you go.
And you're going to do well. Randy was telling me.
So that Donald Trump inspiring the Yankees, 9-3 victory over the Tigers. Now, Fox News is reporting that Donald Trump has said that, and this is a quote, "I think we have him." Donald Trump is announcing that he believes that they have arrested the guy that murdered Charlie Kirk. Now, I don't know when Trump says, can we see if we can find the audio? Because I'd like to hear the cadence. Like when he says, "I think we have him," does that mean that they've arrested him or that they're closing in and they know who the guy is and so forth? Like, that's what I need to know.
That's
So right now, what they're saying is that there is a suspect in custody.
They've had two others, of course.
Confirming it on an interview on Fox and Friends this morning, stating that authorities have the individual in custody. It comes after an intense man. So details, none. But that's what the president said, and he's going on here, just talking about other things.
Is he? You want to pot him up? Is he on Fox?
Yeah, he's on Fox. I can pot it up. Here you go.
Yeah, it seems.
I didn't want to remember Charlie that way, but it's horrific, is what I hear. Just horrific. I hear that nobody can. I know friends that were there, and they told me. They said what we witnessed, the physical emotion of being there. Or watching it on television. He was somebody that I always said he was very talented, but. When you love something so much, it's almost not even talent. It's that you do it well because you like it. Yeah, it's a passion. And he had a passion for this. I spoke to his wife yesterday. She's like devastated.
Of course.
But in between the devastation, they want to keep Turning Point going. Because so many people called in to me with donations. I don't know who. Do we give donations to her? Do we give it to Turning Point? Do we give it to, any one of the hundreds of colleges that he worked with or universities? And they want to keep Turning Point going. They think they can do it. He had a very good staff, I noticed. Charlie would call me up. I'm president of the United States. And I get a call like a day before. Sir, could you come to Arizona tomorrow? I said, Charlie, I'm president. I can't just come. He said, it's so important. Could you play? And I'd usually try and get there. He's the only one.
20,000.
Yeah, he was such a great guy that he had to end this way. But, in many ways, he's bigger now. Because of what happened. He was really big, important. And I guess this doesn't help his family very much when I say this, but in terms of, very, very important, getting that such a good word, such a solid word. We have so many bad people, so many bad philosophies, ideologies, politics. His was basically just good. Family, he talked about family, he talked about get married, go get married. It sounds old-fashioned when you think about it, but he's right. He was just on. And it's a shame that voice has been stopped. But I think from what I see, he had I got to know a lot of his people. He had great people, and that includes his wife. She's very talented. He said she's the best writer he's ever seen. She's a writer, among other things.
So, Dan, I have the actual audio of him making that announcement, if you'd like that.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Now, I've got it, too. I've actually got the video queued up.
You want to do it? Because I would just do it from my phone. I think you probably got better quality.
Oh, no, I've got
there.
it. I've got it here.
Yeah.
So this is Donald Trump just moments ago, and he's talking about how they've got the suspect in custody.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
All right. So President Trump
says
they have...
And we have a press conference scheduled for 8 o'clock. So 45 minutes from now, we should learn much more.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. 8 o'clock our time, right?
Yes.
Yep.
8 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock Eastern time.
So we need to clear some room for that press conference. So we're going to try to take it live, which is incredibly, just so you folks know, incredibly difficult. But we are going to take that live, and we will find out all the very latest. Keep an eye on Twitter and all the socials. But President Trump, again, saying just moments ago on Fox News that they do have, with a high degree of certainty, a suspect in custody.
So I was getting a couple phone calls, people that wanted to give some information, an update on the Cumberland University professor that was put on leave for their comments yesterday. There's now a student-organized protest at 8 a.m. to have that teacher permanently fired, not just
I hate
leave.
this dancing around with just put on leave or suspended.
Oh, yeah, because they still get paid when that happens,
That's
and that's
right.
disgusting.
Yeah, it is disgusting. I want to play a piece of audio that I thought was effective and impactful. This is a woman who says she gets the outrage as conservatives are frustrated and upset because people like Stephen King and others are lying about what Charlie Kirk stood for. You just heard Donald Trump when he was talking about everything that Charlie stood for. And this woman loved Charlie Kirk, and she's horrified by what she's seeing on the left.
I am 25, and I now understand how people cry over deaths that they didn't know the person, because my heart literally hurts for Charlie Kirk. It does. It hurts because they really killed this man over disagreements. Literally. They literally killed this man because he was calling out, speaking facts, speaking common sense, speaking common decency.
Yep.
Well, it should be common. My heart hurts for him. It does.
She's absolutely right. Senator Marsha Blackburn is calling for a Secret Service agent who should be fired by saying that Charlie Kirk's assassination was karma. And so Senator Blackburn wants this guy to be fired. This was from Newsmax. In a letter to Secret Service Director Sean M. Curran, Blackburn demanded immediate action against the Secret Service agent, guy by the name of Anthony, P-O-U-G-H. Is that Poe? According to Real Clear Politics, he posted on Facebook, "If you are mourning this guy, delete me. He spewed hate and racism on his show, especially when he should be mourning the innocent children killed in Colorado." He continued, "At the end of the day, you answer to God and speak things into existence. You can only circumvent karma. She doesn't leave." And so Senator Blackburn wants that person fired. I believe that she should be fired. In her letter, Blackburn wrote, "Put simply, your employee celebrated and attempted to justify a political assassination. This conduct is inexcusable, and I urge you in the strongest possible terms to immediately terminate his employment." Under the failed leadership, she continued, under Director Kimberly Cheadle, a massive operational failure within the Secret Service nearly led to President Trump's assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania, just 2 months later. There is a second attempt on President Trump's life, she says as she wraps up. Even more concerning, it took 2 assassination attempts before the Secret Service finally elevated President Trump's security detail to that of a sitting president, she wrote. Blackburn said the latest revelations prove the agency remains riddled with bad actors and in desperate need of reform. Now, there's that guy who works at Cumberland University here in Tennessee. He also saying karma is beautiful when it came to Charlie Kirk. He also said the only reason he didn't kill his parents is because he would get caught. Did you see this guy? Do you see this guy? He was clearly, this guy is a freak job. The guy from Cumberland University. Apparently, he wears dresses to school, and you had a whole bunch of students that actually didn't want to go to class because of all this.
I'm just, I'm shell shocked. That's at least from my understanding, that was a Christian university.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
it's a private university.
But generally, Christian universities have a standard that you have to adhere to in order to be employed at that school.
You know what, though? Here's the thing. Apparently, again, this guy wearing dresses to school talked about wanting to kill his parents because he said the only reason he wouldn't kill his parents is because he was afraid that he would get caught. And social media posts are claiming that the students actually worry about what this guy is capable of. And he does look like a freak. I mean, if you see it online, he looks like a freak. So the students want this guy gone. And again, from what I'm reading on the socials, the students have been trying to get this guy fired. They were organizing a protest. They ended up canceling classes. That's the crazy thing. There is going to be a big student protest about this particular teacher who was celebrating the death of Donald Trump, calling it karma. The guy is such a freak show. And so the students there at the college were going to have a protest. So the school ended up canceling classes today. So, and did you say they fired him now? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're having a protest.
Okay,
to demand his firing.
Okay. So they canceled classes, but the protest is still going on, which is good. There's another woman, apparently a 911 emergency dispatcher, who posted a cartoon depiction of Charlie Kirk with a bullet hole in his neck.
Yep.
Blood pouring out. It said, "Debate this." It also posted about his death with the song, "No One Mourns the Wicked" playing. This is Teresa in Lebanon on WTN. Line 1. Hey, Teresa.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for taking my call. I just find it interesting that President Trump was almost hit where Charlie was. And I wonder if there is an underground conspiracy or club or organization that's trying to pick him off.
Well, thank you for the call, Teresa. I would say that for President, I'm sorry, hold on. What do you? I got Sam. I don't know if you see this. Sam is trying to point at me. What do you want me? You want me to take that call? All right. This is Ron in Lebanon. Oh, Ron, you're a professor.
No.
Wants to talk about the professor.
Oh, he wants to talk about the professor. Go ahead, Ron. I'm sorry. I'm so confused.
Good morning, Dan. I had just wanted to give a little insight on Dr. Rex at Cumberland. He is everything that y'all are saying he is. My daughter graduated from Cumberland College and had to have him for some classes, and he would be cross-dressed in some of the classes, and you had to agree with his views or you would, get a low grade or not pass that class. And she struggled with that for a long time, but she did survive. And I agree 110%. He needs to be fired. All the other institutions are firing theirs, but then he gets to give a lame apology and get away with it. I disagree with it wholeheartedly.
So his name, you said, well, hold on. So I'm curious about this. So he is Professor, is it Ron, you said?
No, Rex.
Professor
R-E-X.
Oh, Professor
I'm
Rex. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And he would just wear dresses to school?
Yes, sure would. Yep. He did. He wore them. I don't think he wore them all the time, but most of the times that my daughter was in his class, he'd have a dress on. So, yes.
That wouldn't be too distracting, would it, Joan?
No,
Trying to sit there and take notes and, professors in a dress and he's a dude. But I think, but here's the thing. I find the fact that if he would debate the students, I guess, what did he teach? Do you know, Ron?
Dan, I'm sorry, I don't know what he taught, so I don't remember that. It's been a few years, so. But I just wanted to give that insight, Dan. I appreciate y'all bringing this to light. You're doing an awesome job.
Thank you very much, Ron. I appreciate it. So, some of the things that we've seen, Joan, is a professor of like math or algebra or calculus would engage their students in a debate over social issues or political issues. Now, when I was in political science, when I was a kid in college, I would take it, and the instructor, I remember him, and he would engage us in a debate, but he would show both sides. He was actually really good. And so if this guy was debating students engaging in a debate and they didn't agree with him, then what from Ron is saying, he would give them a bad grade.
Yeah, see.
And my question is, how long has this been going on?
Right. I mean, isn't the purpose to draw people to create an argument, make their conclusion, the critical thinking process? That's what this is supposed to be.
I'm told he is a professor of English and creative writing. So I don't know where that political stuff comes in, but yeah. And what were you saying, Joan?
That the process of creating critical thinking, I mean, that's what they're supposed to be doing.
You're not supposed to be. Yeah. You're right. State your argument, debate, just like Charlie Kirk used to do.
Yes.
Right. So anyway, all right. So there's a lot going on right now. Number one, Donald Trump. And I got a lot of stuff going on here. So Donald Trump needs some video on Fox and Friends just a few minutes ago.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
So there you go. Donald Trump says a suspect is in custody. Got to take a break. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986. We are going to take a press conference that is coming up, and that's going to be at 8 o'clock or thereabouts. These things are notoriously late, but we are planning on taking that. So let's go ahead and take our break and find out from Joan. Joan was coming up at 7:30.
Yeah, so we've got the latest in the investigation, and also WSMV4 reporting the reactions from people as people are being fired left and right for the social media posts that they put about Charlie Kirk's death, his killing. That's all coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co. This is a great Tennessee company that does continue to grow and expand. Now, you know that they build pole barns at Stoltz Co. and that these pole barns can serve as a garage and event space and equestrian building, even barn dominiums. Now, barn dominiums are pole barns that you can live in. And at Stoltz Co., I got to tell you, they are upping their game because right now at Stoltz Co., they're offering you, if you go through them to build your barn dominium, they're going to give you turnkey options. They handle the design, they handle the construction, and the amazing finishing touches as well. You turn the key and you are home thanks to Stoltz Co. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co. can be used for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook and at their website, STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com.
Good morning. It is 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we are awaiting the start of a press conference just about a half hour from now, during which we're being told that the FBI will announce the capture of the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk. Now, on Fox News this morning, President Trump made that announcement, saying that a minister involved with law enforcement got the assassin's father to turn him in. Here's President Trump.
Essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way, and the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister, and brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, and the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but you know, I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So
there you go. We will learn more at 8 o'clock this morning at the start of a press conference. Meantime, WSMV4 is reporting there's been mixed reaction to the firing of MTSU's assistant dean of students after her social media post that blamed Charlie Kirk for his own assassination.
I think it was the right move, given her position with the students and how close she is with student affairs.
If she said it to her students, that would be a different story entirely, but it was off of her office hours on her personal account, and it's her personal thoughts, and I don't think that the school has any business policing that sort of thing.
MTSU President Dr. Sidney McPhee says that the assistant dean's comments undermine the work and the mission of the institution. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:34 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, some big news coming up after this commercial break. We got some more news, Joan. That is coming up. Also, former Congressman Mark Green is going to be joining us momentarily as well. Dan Mattis here for Zintex. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zintex, they can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer just for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zintex. This can help the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, right now, that great deal. You mentioned WTN, you get a free Kohler toilet and get $999 off your bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years. Whatever works best for you. Find them online, Zintex, Zintex.com.
This report is sponsored by
737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Former Congressman Mark Green is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Former Congressman Mark. What do I call you? Do I still call you Congressman? Do I just call you Mark? Mark feels weird and awkward.
Mark is fine with me. I used to tell people that when I was a physician, too. I didn't really care about being called doctor, but Congressman is, I guess, the technical title if you're asking. So it's good to hear your voice, Dan.
It's good to talk to you again, and I want to go ahead and share some news that you probably are hearing for the first time now, Mark, and that is that President Trump has announced that he is going to be working to send the National Guard into Memphis. This is what he said moments ago on Fox News.
I think maybe I'll be the first to say it right now again. We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee, the governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington. I would have preferred going to Chicago. I had a man in the head of a big railroad. They're doing a merger, and he wanted to come see me and all that stuff. And I asked him, because, it's one of the largest train companies, maybe the largest, so you can figure out who it is. Okay, Union Pacific. And he was in my office, and he started off 45 years ago with the railroad. It's such a great story. Sir, I'm a railroader. That's the kind of guy that should ride it, as opposed to a Wall Street guy that destroys the railroad, but he's good financially, right? And he was a very impressive guy. And I said, so what do you think? Where should we go next as a city? Because we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do a few at a time. But we're going to straighten out the crime in these cities. He said, sir, Memphis would be good because he's on the board of FedEx. He said, when I walk 1 block to my hotel, they won't allow me to do it. They put me in an armored vehicle with bulletproof glass to take me 1 block. He said, it's so terrible. I said, let me ask you a question. So we're going to Memphis. I'm just announcing that now, and we'll straighten that out.
National Guard?
The National Guard and anybody else we need. And by the way, we'll bring in the military, too, if we need it.
So there you go. Former Congressman Mark Green is joining us real quick. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, you're a Tennessean.
Yeah, I mean, it gives federal resources to the issue.
Yeah.
But it's admitting. I mean, the mayor's admitting failure there.
Yeah.
So there's an upside overall that we'll get the problem fixed, but it's just it shows that the failures on that mayor, and honestly, it's a cultural issue that's driving this in our country, and just like what happened this week, we have to solve that problem.
Yeah.
Most importantly, right? And it's a moral issue, and so glad he's doing it, but hate that he had to.
Absolutely. And so everyone knows the background. You retired there in the middle of your term as a congressman. Have you had any regrets that you stepped away, that you stepped aside?
No, I haven't at all. The opportunity that came to me to make a difference for our country in the private sector was just too great and very timely. The window was closing for this opportunity. And what I'm trying to do, the vision statement for my company is very clear. America wins the battle for allies, China loses. And that's the first slide in my slide deck. And so I am here to help American businesses compete internationally, take them overseas to markets, expand into overseas markets, not move them overseas, but to expand them overseas. Because if an American company doesn't do it, a Chinese company will. And we are in a battle for world order. The future conduct of the world is between freedom and tyranny. And what I was doing in Congress, yes, I made a difference, probably more so than many. First congressman to ever impeach a sitting cabinet secretary. First congressman to get a chairmanship after just 2 terms in 70 years. I was making a difference, but I'm a man of action. And that place, the productivity level out of that place is so stinking low that it was driving me insane. And I have for all of my life fought for this country. 36 years total, service to the country, and I could make a difference here. I know I can. I mean, I'm taking a Tennessee poultry company to a foreign country that they don't make their own eggs. I'm taking a Tennessee cement plant to a foreign country that is building massively. And it's better that it's an American company than a Chinese company. And so that's what I'm doing, and I feel passionate about it. I'm driven, and I'm actually seeing results, which is almost impossible in Washington, D.C.
Well, Congressman, you know China's Belt and Road Initiative. I mean, that is how China gets their claws into all of these different countries around the world. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to essentially stop the spread of communism.
Yeah, in a sense, yes. And it's a different, it's a communism with a Chinese sort of bent to it, right?
Yeah.
Almost more Chinese imperialism, to be completely honest. But I studied China for years in the military and in Congress, and this is the existential threat to freedom, as well as the one we just talked about, interestingly enough, the moral issues and decline, the cultural issues inside our country. But I let the pastors and the school teachers and the moms and dads have got to address that one. This fight with China, I could make a difference, and I'm gonna.
When you left, I'm curious from more of a, I don't know, emotional thing. When you left, it had to be like you were walking around in a 150-degree temperature, and you leave Washington, D.C., you come back, and it's got to feel like you're walking into an air-conditioned building.
That's a great analogy. I'm a CEO of a company again, and most of my service to the country, I was either as a commander in the Army or a physician running the code, or I've always been in an executive level jobs, ran my own healthcare companies. So now it is so much better when you can cast the vision and people go, "Yep, we'll execute," and they go and execute it, right? So that's a big relief. Yeah.
All right, so you're here on some business. You are endorsing a candidate to replace you in Congress, and that candidate is?
Matt Van Epps, former Night Stalker with, that he's from, he went to West Point a few years after me, I'll admit, but served in the military, multiple trips to combat in the same unit, which was the elite aviation, special operations aviation unit, Black Hawk Down. He was a pilot for those guys, and that means he's the best of the very best in the aviation world in the military. Then he gets out, and he has a heart for service too, so he goes to work for the state of Tennessee. He was over at Economic Development, helping bring businesses to Tennessee. Governor Lee appoints him as a commissioner, one of the younger commissioners, and he runs GSA, which is basically all of the employees in the state of Tennessee, all the buildings, the budget. I mean, he's got conservative management, conservative leadership, and he's a fighter. And I'll tell you, it's not there are the problem in Washington between the good congressman and the bad congressman is not what they believe, it's how they do it. It takes a sophistication to be able to move people inside the building. Everybody can get in front of a camera and bash the left. That's the easy part. They make it easy because they're idiots. But the sophisticated guy who can go in there, convince their colleagues that they have to vote on something or oversight something a certain way or move the budget a certain way, that is different. That takes a skill set that I don't think anybody else has in this race. A lot of great guys. I know them all. They're friends of mine, some of them. But Matt is the right guy to replace me.
Remind me, because this is going to go back to before my time. Were you in the state legislature?
Yeah, I'm the guy that passed a bill that ended the Hall income tax. I pushed that for 4 years. I was a state senator. Took 4 years to get it done. Everybody had been talking about, we got to end the Hall income tax. Got to end the Hall.
The reason I ask is because Matt Van Epps is one of the only of the top four that never served in the state legislature. The other three, not only are they attorneys, but they have also all served in the state legislature, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, how big of a deal is that to you that Matt Van Epps has not served in the state legislature while the other three have? Do you see that as a negative or a positive, or it's a wash?
I think it's a wash. Most of your congressmen did not serve in a state legislature. So understanding the processes, so how a bill goes from one place to another, how it works through a committee, that's pretty easy to learn, especially for a kid who got into West Point.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a problem. I think you'll be fine.
Well, you're out campaigning. You're obviously back in Tennessee, and I know that it's been a minute since you've been able to just spend a lot of time in Tennessee, back home. It's got to be great for you to not only be back home, but be out on the campaign trail, talking to folks about Matt Van Epps. And so you're feeling good. And can you give the name of your company in case people are listening and thinking, yeah, you know what, I want to expand into China? Do you have a website or anything?
And we probably won't be expanding into China, but
you know what I mean.
China. Yeah. Prosimos, Prosimos, Prosimos. It's an acronym, and so you can go to prosimos.com. There's a contact there. You can send me a note and say your business is ready. So we'll find you the partner overseas and the right country to go to.
All right. Mark, former Congressman Mark Green, thank you very much for calling in, and
Thanks,
good luck
Matt.
with Matt out on the campaign trail.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.
All right, man. See you later. All right. 7:49, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, where are we at? We have a press conference coming up in about 10 minutes. Donald Trump, in case you missed it, Donald Trump has announced that they are going to be going into Memphis. And Donald Trump has announced that they have a suspect that has been arrested in custody in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So we've got a lot to get through in the next few minutes. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. And Joan, what's coming up in the news?
We have the 911 dispatcher in Nashville who's out of a job for what they said on social media. Got that coming up here at 8 o'clock as well on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, Busy Bee, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're in the middle of their best prices of the year event, and those savings, they're buzzing. Refer your neighbor, and both of you get a $50 credit when you schedule HVAC maintenance. You can celebrate National Grandparent Day all month long. If you're a Beehive Club member, gift a Beehive membership to one set of grandparents. It is just their way of honoring family. Now, here's the big one. With any heat repair with Busy Bee, with any heat repair or scheduled maintenance, you are going to get a free dryer vent cleaning. That's right, a free dryer vent cleaning when you go through Busy Bee. Now, you can call them 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. It is busybeehvac.com.
Glock store.
Dan Mattis here for the Glock store. Listen, I'm always talking about the Glock store for so many reasons. It's no secret that I'm a big two-way supporter. I own guns, I carry guns, but owning and carrying is just not enough. You also have to be trained in how to use them. And training is more than just renting a lane, because once you learn to hold your hands and squeeze the trigger until it goes bang and put a hole in a piece of paper, you've done all you're ever going to do in a lane range. You can do it 50, 500, 5,000 times. But the problem is you're just doing the same thing over and over again. That's not training. That's not real life. Training is what you get at the Glock store, where they do teach you about real life situations in their Shoot 270 indoor shooting rooms. This is personalized training from accomplished instructors, engaging multiple targets at varying distances, drawing from concealment again and again until you no longer have to think about how, but when. Owning a gun, friends, is a responsibility. Learning how to use it is a necessity. Knowing where to train, well, that's easy. I've been telling you about the Glock store for years. Go to shoot270.com, make an appointment, fill out the waiver, and let the training begin. Again, shoot270.com. The Shoot 270 indoor ranges only at the Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. 7:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, real quick, Blaze has actually been holding for a minute. Blaze, go ahead real quick before we go to this press conference.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to put this out there. I'm a 19-year-old first-time voter, and Charlie meant a lot to the younger generation of voters, because he not only represented the conservative movement, but that we had a voice. And being a young man in this nation is so incredibly hard to it's so incredibly hard these days, because we get put down constantly. And I have family on both sides, and the family on the left, I couldn't get through to them that murdering is terrible, and they were being evil about it. And I'm so sad that this is what the world has come to. And I pray for people to learn from this, and hopefully Kirk's, this is a lesson to everybody, and hopefully the world can be better.
Well, listen, Blaze, you know what I think? I think that you are going to help change the world. You are 19 years old. You got the world in front of you. You've learned from the absolute best in Charlie Kirk and clearly WTN. And you have so much to offer the world. So when you feel sad that you've got some people in your family who are just, I mean, let's just call it for what it is. They're not thinking straight. They're idiots. You've got a lifetime to change those minds. And you are going to be able to change those minds. So you need to get inspiration from Charlie Kirk. And you need to, because you know what? You're right, Blaze. It is really, really hard to be a young man in society today because of all of the things that you have experienced. And so you are the guy that is going to help change minds. And you are the guy, with all of that Charlie Kirk teaching, you are the guy that is going to be able to change hearts, change minds, and bring forward a new conservative revolution. So will you stay in touch with us here at WTN?
Absolutely. I listen to you guys all the time.
Well, thank you, Blaze. I very much appreciate that. And we'll hopefully talk to you again soon. 7:59 on Super Talk. I love to hear young men who are activated.
Oh, yeah.
Right, Joan?
Yes, it's very encouraging.
Yeah, because that tells me when I'm thinking the world is lost, which I do, of course, have those moments, I think of people like Blaze or all the people that have called in the last couple of days talking about what it is that they're feeling and what it is that they want to do moving forward to remember Charlie Kirk and remember what he taught them and remember all of the videos that he has produced. Those videos are timeless. And Blaze, I know you're still on hold. Get on social media and share his videos as much as you possibly can. And thank you very much for calling Super Talk 99.7. All right, so we are kind of in a bit of a tap dancing mode. Joan's got a quick newscast. We're keeping an eye on this press conference. Donald Trump has announced now that we have a suspect in custody. He's been arrested. So that is coming up. President Trump also announced today that he is going to be assisting Governor Lee in bringing the National Guard. And Donald Trump said even the military will be brought in, if need be, into the city of Memphis. So we got a lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Now 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Just a few minutes from now, we will take that press conference live. The FBI is expected to confirm that a suspect is in custody in Charlie Kirk's murder, turned in by his father. More details when that press conference starts in just a few moments. President Trump made that announcement on Fox News earlier, along with this bombshell.
We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee, the governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington.
Now, this Nashville 911 emergency dispatcher placed on leave for posting a caricature of Charlie Kirk shot with an open wound to his neck. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Now, the department says it was made aware of that social media post, and they're now investigating. They're asking people not to call their phones about the post so that they can keep those lines open to emergencies.
The employee has been unnamed so far, is on pending leave. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures this morning, we got about a half hour till the opening bell. The Dow futures are down 101. NASDAQ futures up 19. S&P futures down 3. And that's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There was a crash out at BNA on Donaldson Pike, southbound lanes at Hanger Lane. Also in Laverne, watch yourself on Murfreesboro Pike. Slow around an accident at Fergus Road, 65 southbound in Madison. There is a crash and the right lane is blocked off at the Due West Avenue overpass. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
News. 8:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis along with Joan Jones, Sam Rutherford, and we are eagerly awaiting the press conference to announce, discuss, give more information on the shooter that has the alleged shooter, the suspect that is suspected in the death of Charlie Kirk. Trump said somebody that was very close to him. You were talking about, did Trump actually say it was the father that turned him in, Joan?
A minister convinced the father that he needed to turn his son in.
Wow.
Yeah. A minister that was somehow connected with the FBI. It sounds very convoluted. I'm sure they're going to put the pieces together for us, but yeah, that was the story.
So so here's a crazy thing. If the father, somebody asked this on the super text line. Sally asked, of course. We love Sally, who is a man. Does the father get the $1.15 million reward? Why?
Or does the minister?
No, it's got to be the father.
Yeah, because he brought
It's got to be it's got to be the father. Yeah, because he's the one that turned him. I wonder, did he walk his son right in? Grab him by the ear and pull him into the building?
That's a great question. Because essentially the story that President Trump told, and do you still have that audio? I can get it real quick.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, because I've got the press conference queued up in here so that I can air it on Super Talk TV.
Okay, so let me, I'll do it right here.
All right. I love, by the way, how President Trump also said we're going to go into Memphis. I bet you people are very excited about that. Trump even said the military. I played that. I'm glad I played the entire minute 30 cut where he said we're going to do National Guard, maybe even the military. Go ahead, Joan.
Federal agents, I think, is what Fox News is saying. I don't know. All right, here we go.
He was going to be found guilty, I would imagine, and I hope he gets the death penalty. What he did, Chuck.
Man, that wasn't the one.
That's okay. I hope he gets the death penalty too. Sam, what about you?
We've said it for a while. The narrative has been pushed and floated out there a while. We need public executions brought back into light as a deterrent factor. And I think what happened to Charlie Kirk and to his family and how it has sent reverberations throughout this nation and emboldened people should be a sign that it's time.
All right, so I have that. Do you want it now?
Sure, Joan. Better late than never. Go ahead. I'm totally kidding. Go ahead.
President Trump saying that a minister involved with law enforcement got the Charlie Kirk assassin's father to turn the shooter in.
Essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way, and the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister, and brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, and the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So
there you go.
I wonder if that was a hard decision for the father. It would not be a hard decision for me.
No.
If my kid did something that horrendous, I would absolutely turn him in. We don't have, not to turn this into a lecture, but we don't have enough parents that would do that, turn in their kids. How often do we see, people, young people that do abhorrent things? And, you always got some parent out there, oh, he's just getting his life together. Yeah, okay. As he
he's a good
shoots
boy.
4 people.
He's a good boy. He's always taking care of his mother.
Yeah, that's what it is. By the way, so earlier we were talking about, as we're waiting for this presser, so we're not going to miss anything. We're talking about people who are perhaps horrified at what we're seeing on the left as far as all of the nasty things that people are saying online and so forth. And so this person has something to say about what is now his former party affiliation, the Democrats. He's leaving the Democrat Party based on their bad behavior, and he's actually now saying enough is enough.
So far, I've seen videos of just the left being pro-unaliving political opponents, whether that be Trump, J.D. Vance, people celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk today. It's just disgusting behavior. The fact that I have been a part of the left for 7 years, I never thought we'd get to the point where I would have to look at my own party and be like, oh, hold on, I can't support you anymore because everything that you are doing right now is against your political viewpoints and your values and beliefs. To sit here and promote gun violence against your opponents is wrong. And it arguably makes you worse than the other side because you're basically saying these people deserve to be unalived because our political beliefs are more important and should stand and should have more value than a human life. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sit right with me at all. Ooh.
So I think, Joan, I believe that we're going to see a lot of that. Because I know that we're all talking about all of the terrible things that we're seeing. But I think that does need to be balanced out with these kind of folks who are saying that they are horrified by what their party is saying. Okay, so I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. You guys break in if I'm missing the start of the press conference, okay?
Yeah, somebody just approached the
lectern or whatever that is,
and says Jim Trusty, former DOJ prosecutor, appears to be the first person who will approach.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's not. Ignore me. Somebody just approached the lectern, said something, and ran off.
Okay.
And,
I think what they're doing is they're maybe giving countdowns or whatever.
Yeah. So I kind of missed that.
All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna read a commercial for USS because they're great, and then we're gonna try to clear a commercial or two before the press conference starts so that I don't get fired for missing commercials in Morning Drive. USS, United Structural Systems. I've been telling you about them for years. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I do proudly endorse United Structural Systems. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says they were highly professional and the crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. They can also help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855. Their website is USSTN.com. Going to get a couple of commercials out of the way. The press conference is going to begin momentarily here on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Loan Pronto. Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage, watching your hard-earned money vanish every single month? Well, stop right now because you have solutions. That's right. Loan Pronto, they are delivering the lowest mortgage rates in 3 years. Now, Loan Pronto's rate reduction home loan program is a streamlined, low-cost way to slash your house payments by hundreds of dollars every single month. Lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.99% APR and close in as little as 2 weeks. No appraisal needed in most cases. And here's the kicker. You can skip your next 2 house payments entirely. Don't wait. Rates this low won't last. Call Loan Pronto today for your free, no obligation quote. Loan Pronto is amazing. Here's that phone number, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online anytime. It is loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. .817, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. We're waiting for the press conference with the Charlie Kirk shooter. The person is in custody. Now, the Daily Mail is saying that the person is by the name of Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old Utah resident. That's what the Daily Mail is reporting. They've got this as an exclusive. Charlie Kirk killer identified as Tyler Robinson after assassination in Utah. Law enforcement sources telling the Daily Mail that Robinson was taken into custody as the alleged assassin who killed Charlie Kirk at the rally in Utah. Let's see here. Sources telling the Daily Mail that the killer then confessed to his father, a 27-year veteran of the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Public records showed his father then contacted authorities and secured his son before he could be taken into custody. His mother, Amber Robinson, works for Intermountain Support Coordination Services, a company contracted by the state of Utah to help disabled people receive care. The New York Times is reporting that the suspect was taken into custody around 11 p.m. local time in southern Utah last night, Thursday night. The alleged shooter lived in a $600,000 six-bedroom home in Washington, Utah, about 260 miles south of where the carnage unfolded in Orem. Let's see. Little is known of Robinson at this time, and officials have not yet released a motive to the shooting. We had a couple of people, Sam, talk about, they called in and they gave a name. That's not the name that they were giving?
That's not the name. The internet went crazy the other day, and the Redditors, the 4chan users, came up with the idea that it was a trans musician from Utah by the name of Sky Valdez.
Right.
That was one of the callers tipped off to, who's also from Utah. So it's...
But tell him about the song.
Oh, and this trans musician had released a song in August saying that was titled "Charlie Kirk Dead at 31."
Oh.
So I wonder if in some way
there's a connection.
There's still a connection.
Well, this the name of this person, what is it, Tyler Robinson?
Robinson.
I'm sure people are Googling that now. I'm sure, Sam, see what you can find out about this. But there's probably a bazillion Tyler Robinsons in Utah. They said he lived in, where was it? Washington, Utah. The alleged shooter lived in a $600,000 six-bedroom home in Washington, Utah. So I wonder if he was living with his parents or if that's his own home. That's one thing that I would wonder.
It sounds like his parents' house.
You never know. You never know. But we're waiting for the press conference to begin. Donald Trump again. Let's see. This was, here we go. I got audio of Trump. This is President Trump earlier today announcing that he had learned that they had the suspect in custody.
Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else, but I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is.
All right, so there you go, Donald Trump. So, this morning has been flying by with the anticipation of this press conference. We are awaiting. Any idea, Joan, on when it's going to begin?
Still an empty podium.
You know what I used to call this?
Nice flags behind it. Yeah.
Podium watch.
Podium watch, yes.
We are on podium watch. So, I mean, it sounds like if the father turned him in and, father is, what did he say, a former sheriff? So.
There are photos of him, of this alleged suspect online that show him wearing a shirt that says, "Be the change."
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it show anything else, Joan? Like, just anything else?
No.
Okay. Just trying to find, because, the rumors are that there was, trans squall.
Yeah.
On the guns. Now, we don't know. That was never confirmed, was it?
Yeah. Well, it was confirmed by the Wall Street Journal yesterday.
It was.
Yeah.
Wall Street Journal confirmed there were like pro-trans scrawl on the weapon.
Yes.
Okay.
And Antifa.
Antifa stuff. Anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Anti-fascist, all that stuff.
Right.
Okay.
So did we break that information here first on WTN yesterday?
No, we did not break it first. And I love you, Sam, but we can't.
So we're waiting for this press conference to begin. And I think one of the things that, and I want to keep hammering too, that, listen, we got National Guard, President Trump, National Guard is going to be going into Memphis. Now, a couple of days ago, we actually talked about that, right? We spoke about how the National Guard was going to, Todd Starnes from Fox News was talking about the National Guard was going to be next going into Memphis. And so the president said, yeah, we're going to be sending in the National Guard into Memphis. And the president said something, and it confused me a little bit. He said, National Guard, and then he said, and the military too. Well, I don't know what he meant by that. The National Guard is considered the military, obviously.
You're
so
right.
I don't know what else he meant, but we'll keep an eye on all of that as we continue to wait for the press conference. 615-737-9986. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to clear a few more commercials because basically what I want to make sure that we do is get all the spots in so we can just run this thing as long as we needed to, because the reporter questions will also be really interesting because the reporters will ask things that have not been covered in the actual statements by the law enforcement officers. So what we're going to do is I am going to read a spot for our friends at Xfinity. Sam, you're going to get a couple of spots ready. Joan, we may or may not be doing your newscast at 8:30. Have a little something prepared.
Yeah.
Because I want to be ready. Because, I mean, literally the world awaits this press conference. So we're going to make sure that we take it live.
Oh, this is a serious one. Yep. They keep on saying soon.
Yes.
I hate that word.
As we remain on podium watch. Change is always happening. Music is always changing. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed as well. Bands and artists, they do come and go. But no matter how it changes in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same: the price of your internet. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee from my friends at Xfinity. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Basically what that means is you get Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included in that 5-year price guarantee. So with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you are going to get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Now, to get started, you can call them, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Looks like we have some delays this morning in at the Metro Center area, Clarksville Pike at Rosa Parks Boulevard because of a crash involving injuries. Franklin, we've got some mulch on fire. It's on Cold Springs Boulevard, both east and westbound side at Carruthers Parkway. One lane is blocked off in each direction because of it. And a crash at B&A, 40 westbound at Briley Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. And by the way, Joan, so this is supposed to start in the next 2 minutes.
Allegedly, reportedly.
Allegedly, reportedly, possibly. We are on Podium Watch. Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, this is a great real estate company. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Dan Mandis here indeed. And I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to the people that I know and love because I know that they are going to sell their homes hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit as well. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they've served over 72,000 satisfied clients. Call them, Mark Spain Real Estate, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Get your guaranteed offer. There's no obligation, but get that guaranteed offer on your home today with Mark Spain Real Estate. That is markspainrealestate.com. That's markspainrealestate.com and start packing.
Good morning. It is 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are still waiting for the start of that press conference, the FBI delaying a press conference on the Charlie Kirk case. Now, President Trump told Fox News this morning that the assassin has been captured, actually turned in by his father. And there's other news about the coverage of this case as well.
Amid outrage over graphic videos online, TikTok now vowing to remove images of Kirk's shooting. While in Arizona, Charlie Kirk's widow returning home with her husband's body, escorted by Vice President J.D. Vance, who described Kirk as a true friend.
Now, the president has also announced that he's sending in the National Guard to Memphis, and he says the mayor of Memphis is happy about it. We'll get more details on that. The president also said National Guard troops will be headed to Louisiana. Comedy Central has pulled a recent South Park episode from its rotation in the wake of the Charlie Kirk shooting. In that episode, Eric Cartman's character parodies Kirk, mimicking his mannerisms and his debate style. That episode originally aired in August, but it was scheduled for a rerun on Wednesday night. Now, while it has been pulled from Comedy Central's lineup, it is still available on demand on Paramount Plus. A protest last night outside the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office by people opposed to the sheriff's signing up of an agreement with ICE.
The 287G program allows local law enforcement to help with federal immigration enforcement. The Rutherford County Sheriff's Office signed on to the program at the end of August. It means sheriff's deputies will be able to serve immigration warrants on undocumented immigrants who are in their jail.
That's ABC. That's Channel 4's Make That. Braden Ross. Hundreds of other agencies across the country have signed on to those ICE programs as well. Stocks this morning have begun trading the opening bell about 2 minutes ago. And right now, the Dow Jones Industrial is minus 68 points. We've got the NASDAQ up 22 and the S&P 500 index minus 2 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are on podium watch. Just waiting for this thing to start. Bring that up, won't you? Bring up the audio of the room. We are waiting to go live to the state of Utah. They're going to have a latest on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Donald Trump, if you're just joining us, they're saying that he has been captured, turned in apparently by his father, and we are waiting for the press conference. The Daily Mail has been reporting, and is that I'm hearing something in my ear. Is that you? Is that playing on the air?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the room.
Press conference, ambient noise.
Yeah.
Do you know what's so funny about when you wait for folks, if you ever go to a concert and you're waiting for the band to come out, and the roadies scurry onto the stage and start playing around with, chords and microphones and all that kind. That's what this is like.
Yeah.
We're just waiting and we're waiting and we're waiting and we're waiting. So we're waiting. And they said it was going to happen at 8:30. It's now 8:38, and now Sam just told me.
No, they said 8 o'clock initially.
8 o'clock initially, then 8:30, and now here we are at 8:38. And
Why don't they just make it for 9 o'clock and stop us from all having to sit here in angst?
Yeah, Joan.
Yeah.
Well, the Daily Mail is Matt? Not Matt. Chris? Is Chris where he's at? Chris is on the road today.
We are at Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne. We're going to be doing the show out here live today. But we're out here, man. We're out here. I'm waiting for this press conference just like you guys are. And hopefully it's not as big of a letdown as the press conference was last night. I don't know if you saw that one. That could have been an X-Post.
No. Help me. What happened last night?
You had Kash Patel come in and doesn't say anything at the podium. They don't take any questions, and then they just scurry off and leave within, I think it was 7 or 8 minutes.
People were making fun.
It was the biggest letdown.
People were making fun of Kash Patel. They said he did. I think you just said it. He looked like a deer in the headlights. He didn't say anything.
Right.
And I think part of it, to be fair to Kash Patel, is his friend, because they were all friends.
Yeah.
His friend just got murdered. But
no, I mean, Kash Patel, so he came to a bunch of events, and then even more so, he met his, I don't know if they're engaged now. I think they're engaged. His fiance or his girlfriend, Alexis, at the event. So Alexis would sing the national anthem for us to open up America Fest or Chapter Leadership Summit, or she's a wonderful singer in Nashville.
Right.
So she would sing at all these events, and that's how they met, through Turning Point USA. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's definitely close to home for all these guys.
So I don't know if you heard, Chris, but Vanderbilt University, everyone knows your association with Turning Point. Vanderbilt University now, apparently some students are getting together and saying that they are going to start a Turning Point chapter there at Vanderbilt.
Which is awesome. I mean, I think for me, there's been two sides of the coin, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have the people celebrating it and people going after them and getting them fired, and that's great. I'm not going to entertain that stuff. I think there's a lot of people doing it, and I just don't have the bandwidth for it.
Mm-hmm.
So great. But the silver lining of everything has been all of these people saying, okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm going to speak up now. You mentioned the Turning Point chapter at Vanderbilt. But I've seen so many viral videos of people saying, I was afraid to speak up, but I'm not afraid anymore, and this is my first podcast.
Yeah.
I saw I personally received messages. It's just crazy the way the Lord works. On Tuesday, I had Turning Point rep Bailey in. She runs the Tennessee region for the high schools, and we were talking about how to start a Turning Point chapter.
Yep.
And I can't tell you how many messages I've received of people going, I remember you talking about that. My kids came home today. They're all in. How do we start that high school chapter?
Yep.
And if you wanted to start a high school chapter, it's clubamerica.com. They rebranded it because the school administrators would get nervous about Turning Point USA. I think that's going to change. But as of right now, it's Club America at the high school. So you can go to clubamerica.com if you want to start a Turning Point chapter at your kid's high school.
Do you think that the reason why people may have a misinterpretation of what Turning Point USA is is because of what we're seeing online, where they talk about how Charlie Kirk is this, that, and the other, but
Yes.
it really wasn't true.
Yes.
I think
The SPLC ran an article on Turning Point USA in 2024 calling us one of the breeders of the hard right, right-wing extremists, white supremacists. That's the SPLC. Yes, there's definitely, it's because of the media.
The
It's
Southern
because of
Poverty
how we've
Law
been
Center.
covered.
Southern Poverty Law Center.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's actors like that, and it's the mainstream media that has just demonized this organization and this man.
The Southern Poverty Law Center, I mean, they are always calling conservative organizations, I don't know what their designation is, but they're always saying that they are spreaders of misinformation and they're dangerous and all of those other things. And I think part of what's going on, Chris, and we talked about this yesterday, is that I think that Charlie Kirk's videos are getting shared, just like I wanted people to. And of course, a lot of other people saying the same thing, which is his words are going to live on. And so the more that his message is spread, the more people will realize, wait a minute. I mean, he this is what he said. He didn't say that. Do you know what I mean? Like I've got a video where you had the Stephen King. You probably have this story too, where Stephen King went out and he actually accused Charlie Kirk of saying that he wanted gay people stoned to death.
Yep.
And that's not what Charlie Kirk said. That's not what Charlie Kirk said at all. He was actually quoting Bible scripture.
Yeah.
And so they took it completely out of context.
Well, and that's the thing that they do. And with Charlie, with what he did, and they could do it with you, and they could do it with me. There's so many hours of video. It doesn't take any bit of strength or ingenuity to clip out of context.
No, that and listen, that is obviously what they do. And I think that the more that people realize, you know how we talk about Trump derangement syndrome?
Yeah.
So I think part of what is happening with Trump derangement syndrome is when you realize the people that you've been listening to have been lying to you, then they naturally come to the other side. I can't remember who's the name of that actor. We've talked about him before. This dude was so TDS'd, right? And then he realized that he was being lied to, and his issue, if I'm not mistaken, was Israel.
Yeah, Michael Rappaport.
Yes, Michael Rappaport. And he is now completely morphed into the other side.
Yeah.
So I think that we're going to see that on a large scale. And
Yeah, I
obviously
think-
that's great.
And this is what they wanted to do, though. They wanted to silence Charlie, but they gravely miscalculated their move. And he is going to be a louder voice than ever.
Yep.
And people that have followed him are mobilized. That there's this girl I follow on X. She's what we affectionately refer to as a turning point kid. And she's 19. This girl Faith. But she said last night on X, and I thought it was so on point. She goes, what you guys don't realize is that the people that follow Charlie, the kids, we're even further right. And you just killed the leader. So you've gravely miscalculated what you've done, and this is going to we're gonna see the ripple effects of this for decades, generations.
I want to play something real quick because what did you pull up, Sam? Real quick, what do you got? You said
in reference to
you asked me if we could reach scripture.
The verse of the day in the Bible app it's just right on the money, profound, out of 1 Peter chapter 3 verse 15. But in your hearts, revere Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect.
So very profound, absolutely. That is Charlie. I want to play this audio bite because we're talking about how Stephen King said that Charlie Kirk said that he wanted gay people to be stoned, which was obviously not real and not true, and they're taking his words out of context. But I do want to play this, and because of what we're doing right now, I can't show the video on TV. But this was a guy, gay, at a college, and he admitted to Charlie that he was gay, and they had an outstanding dialogue. Listen to this.
I'm a gay conservative, and I just want to ask you, what do you have to say for people like me who kind of feel like, I guess, it's kind of hard for gay conservatives because there's not a lot of us. So, what do you have to say to other gay people who need to realize, they do have a choice?
Yeah, first of all, welcome to the conservative movement. I don't think you should introduce yourself just based on your sexual
No,
attractions.
I agree. I like
because that's not who you are.
I like to be thought of as a person, and
For sure, you are a complete human being, and I'm sure you treat people well, and you're studying something. So I want to get away with this idea that you're gay anything. I just think that we have gone a long way in the negative direction in this country, where we act as if the most important part of your identity is what you do in the bedroom. It doesn't mean that much to me, but if you ask from a perspective as a Christian, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but politics is about addition and multiplication. I imagine you agree with a lot of what we talk about.
Absolutely.
Right? Strong borders, strong country, and for that, we welcome you into the conservative movement.
I mean, somebody tell me what's hateful about that really great moment with this 19-year-old.
And I can give you even some more inside baseball. Turning Point USA is a meritocracy. And there are gay individuals that work at Turning Point USA. Do you want to know why? It has nothing to do with their sexual orientation.
Yep.
They could get the job done. Mm-hmm. And when we sign up for working at Turning Point USA, the question is, can you get the job done? And they hire based on culture fits. They're more worried about you fitting in with the culture of conservatism than what your sexual orientation is. If you can advance the ball down the field, then welcome to the team. And people don't understand that. People don't want to see that, and they just think that Charlie was full of hate, and it's ridiculous on so many levels, especially when you've been inside the organization.
Yeah, and clearly there is an amazing culture at Turning Point, and I think that the more that people understand what Charlie actually stood for, I've been resisting using the Obi-Wan Kenobi quote in the Star Wars movie. But, I mean, it really is applicable. I mean, you can strike me down, but I'll become more powerful than you can ever imagine. I think that's what's going on. That is what's going on with Charlie Kirk, and that is what is going to continue to happen. I don't know if you heard it, Chris, but earlier I had a 19-year-old call.
I did hear that.
Did you?
And
what
I'll
an
tell you
amazing
what, man,
call.
Doesn't that give you hope? Doesn't that make you say, like, tomorrow is not going to be as dark as today?
Absolutely. I mean, he's surrounded by some adults who are saying really nasty things about a guy, Charlie Kirk, that he admired. But I think that 19-year-old, infused with all of the incredible knowledge and perspective of Charlie Kirk, I do think that it's going to be young adults like that who are going to change the world. And I think that he has opened up so many eyes. And I think the fact that Charlie was murdered by someone, and I don't know who it is, I don't know the circumstances, I don't know anything. But the fact that he was taken out and that there are a lot of people on the left that are celebrating it, then those people are going to become even more activated and even more engaged.
Well, then I think it's important to highlight the opportunity that we have in front of us.
Yep.
There's a lot of people in the middle with eyes on us right now.
Yep.
So who are we going to be in this moment? Are we going to be angry and seeking revenge, or are we going to let that be the Lord's? I think that we need to do the latter, and I think that we need to be the best ambassadors for the conservative movement that we can be right now. And that doesn't mean giving a pass to this killer, but we gotta welcome these new voices and eyeballs in, and use this moment to register new voters, bring people into the movement, start Turning Point chapters. Like there can still be a lot of good that comes from this. I said it during my show yesterday, and I'll say it again. God won't waste your pain. So we do have a moment in front of us that we need to capitalize on. And I think that's what Charlie would want.
So your show yesterday was amazing.
Thank you.
How in the world did you get through that, man?
I have no idea. I think, and today's going to be a lot better. I'm a lot better today. I feel a lot better.
I was going to ask how you doing.
It sucks. Yeah. It sucks. It's so close and so personal, on so many levels. So I mean, even down to so last night I'm on I go onto the underbelly of the internet, and it's like I see these conspiracy videos where they're like, look at this security guard. The security guard might have shot him, and it's like, no. I know that security guard. He's been by Charlie's side for years. Like, this is just, it gets silly.
Yeah.
So being that close to it, it's different.
Have you seen? Everybody's asking me about one of the people behind Charlie, who is sort of giving hand signals. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I saw that too, and I would just I don't know who was behind him.
They look like
hand signals.
I was going to say they look like hand gestures.
Yeah, but he also looks fidgety. Like, I don't know. And I'll tell you this. Nobody's inside that inner circle in the tent unless you had pre-approval to be there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not some rando kind of guy. He had a connection to somebody to be that close.
How touching was it, Chris, to see the Vice President, J.D. Vance, helping to carry Charlie's casket onto Air Force Two?
It was one of the nicest things I've ever seen.
And
as I say, I don't want to cry like a baby today. It's like that moment got me yesterday, and I think that the hardest part was when you saw Erica in the background.
Oh my goodness gracious, holding hands with Usha.
Yep.
I mean, just an amazing moment, and that does tell you that this family is going to be lifted up and supported.
And I don't know if you saw, but last night at the Turning Point offices, the compound. Which is like a huge in Phoenix. It's about 4 different buildings, and they break it up. So it's like you have your Turning Point building, you have your Turning Point Action building, you have the Charlie building, but it's this huge compound in Phoenix, and there was hundreds upon hundreds of people gathering out there last night to say their farewells, and it was really beautiful, man. It's really amazing because especially having been in Phoenix and knowing. In a purple state, how half of the state feels about Charlie and what we were doing at Turning Point. To see the outpouring of the community was really really great. It was really
do you think, because part of what I touched on earlier was that you do have some of these extreme morons on the left. I've got all this audio that I just didn't even play, but. They're talking about, how exuberant and happy they are that Charlie's gone.
Yep.
Oh, hold on. What's happening?
Looks like it's about to start. It is.
All right. There is...
Testing. Oh, they're testing them on.
The roadies are out there.
4 minutes, she said. The roadies. The roadie said 4 minutes.
Did you hear what I said earlier? Chris, where I said this is like when you're at a concert, you got the roadies out there fidgeting with stuff.
Yes, I thought that was a perfect description. Theater of the Mind 101 with Dan Mandis. Because I pictured it.
There you go. All right, so real quick then, we got 4 minutes. So we know that there's a bunch of people out there celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I'm trying to highlight is that there's a lot of people also on the left who are just looking at what they're doing, and they're shaking their heads.
Yeah.
And just like if something horrible happened to a liberal or a Democrat, and there were some people on the right that would be celebrating that, we would decry that. We go, no. That's not what we're going to do. We're not going to celebrate anybody's, misfortune.
Right. I mean, did any of us celebrate when the Minnesota state lawmaker was gunned down?
Nope.
No.
Absolutely not.
I will say this, as we enter night 3 of riots and fires after the death of Charlie Kirk, I'm asking for everyone to remain peaceful. Oh, wait, no, never mind. We didn't do that.
Never happened.
Never.
Yeah.
We didn't do that.
Never happened.
Only violence that's been caused was how much food I ate to grieve.
Well, there's still so much more to talk about, and I don't know. Did you hear what the Daily Mail is reporting? Daily Mail is reporting that the shooter has been identified. This is exclusive to the Daily Mail. Has been identified as a person named Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old Utah resident. They say that he was turned in. He confessed to his father. His father is a 27-year veteran of the Washington County Sheriff's Department, public records showed. His father then contacted authorities and secured his son before he could be taken into custody. His mother, the suspect's mother, Amber Robinson, works for Intermountain Support Coordination Services, a company contracted by the state of Utah to help disabled people receive care. Apparently, he lives in a $600,000 6-bedroom home in Washington, Utah, which is about 260 miles south of where the carnage unfolded in Orem. So I don't know if that means he's living with his parents at the age of 27 or 22.
Sounds like a guy that could use Charlie's message.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely. But we don't know anything else. That's all we know. Good for the father, by the way, that he has decided now that he did turn in his son. By the way, one of the other stories out there you probably have, the FBI had a $100,000 reward for information leading. You just see that Bill Ackman had said, okay, you know what, I'm going to put $1 million in, and then Robbie Starbucks put in another, I think it was $25,000.
Yeah,
and
Robbie's gonna be joining my show at 11:05 to talk about that. And when we were texting last night, he's like, full disclosure, it's going to be a raw interview. And I said, full disclosure, I cried for 3 hours yesterday on the air. So you're in good company. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, I get it. And, Robbie is one of those guys who has been at the forefront of trying to recruit the younger generation as well. So you've got Charlie Kirk, and I think it was Robbie who actually posted it, where somebody did. I don't know if it was Robbie or not. So, but who is going to be the next voice? Who is going to be the next Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
And I do believe that Robbie is one of those guys who could continue on with the work of Charlie. And there's a lot of other people as well. But Ben Shapiro is an older guy.
Yep.
Matt Walsh, no offense, Matt, but you're a little bit older as well. So I don't know. Other than people like Robbie Starbucks and some guy named Chris Hand in Nashville, and Tom McDonald. Tom McDonald had that great song that you played yesterday.
Oh my gosh, what a blessing that was that he dropped it right at the end of the show.
Yeah,
I've listened to it 100 times.
Yeah,
so good.
You know what? It is an amazing song, and I think that's one of those songs that I saw this morning. That it was what is it, #1 on YouTube, which I didn't even know YouTube had its own.
Yeah.
Had its own little chart or whatever.
I mean, I think the question though of who's going to be the next Charlie is misguided. I don't think that there's ever going to be another Charlie. It's like asking who's going to be the next Rush. That's not going to happen. So we all have to be the next Charlie.
Yeah.
We all have to pick up that flag and run with it. And it's got to be a group effort if we want to make it happen. There's no one person that's going to step up and replace.
We can't lose our fire, though,
What's that, Joan?
We can't lose our fire.
No.
No.
It has to still burn tomorrow and 3 years from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, and as I said before, the videos of Charlie are timeless. And so I think that for us who are, continuing to carry on that message, I think that we've got a lot of sharing to do. It's what I've been asking folks to do, and I'm sure you probably have done the same thing as well, Chris. I just think that there's a lot of videos to share, and I think that I think that we don't necessarily, to what you said, I don't know if we necessarily need, and I'm air quoting this, need another Charlie. We just need to share the Charlie that has been spreading such an incredible message for how many years? About what, 12, 13 years?
Yeah, I think it was 13.
Okay.
I mean, he started at 18. It's an unbelievable story what he was able to build, and the conferences. If you've never been to a Turning Point conference, we should all gear up and get ready to go to America Fest this year. Like the whole station should go because it's unbelievable what they do. The RNC stole their production, but it started at like an airport Hilton. It was in the conference room of an airport hotel. And there was like 30 people. And it's grown to thousands upon thousands of people.
All across the country and the world, because he's been overseas too.
Yep, Turning Point UK is a big deal. Well, that's a point I made on my show yesterday. It's like we can talk about how much he's impacted American politics all day, but I think that there's another angle to this about how much he's impacted European politics. We talk about not having a voice here, young men in this country not having a voice.
Yep.
Amplify that by 20, and that's what you get overseas in Europe. So his impact is being felt globally. And then the other thing I saw yesterday, which was just an unbelievable thing and a great statement. It was, he said, how do you want to be remembered? He said, I want to be remembered for my faith.
Yep.
Charlie Kirk's death has sent the gospel to every corner of the globe.
Yeah.
Every single corner of the globe. There is not anyone who has not heard that clip. And if that's what he wanted to be remembered for, he got it.
Absolutely, because I think a lot of people played that. A lot of people played that audio clip. Okay, here's what I think we need to do. WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. what we want to do is, hey, Sam? Okay. I think what we want to do, unless you have a different opinion, Chris, but I already blew out all my spots for the 9. We are now in a situation where we are in your show. Should we drop a couple of spots real quick, and then if the press conference starts, we'll just jump right back in. But let's go ahead and get a couple of commercials out of the way, and then we'll return next on WTN.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand, and we are live today for Bobcat Dirt Days. We're going to be doing this from 10 to 3 at 7 Bobcat locations across Middle Tennessee, as well as Bowling Green, Kentucky. I'm going to be doing my whole show live at the Bobcat of Nashville location in Laverne, and we want to see you guys out here. It's brought to you by your regional Bobcat compact equipment dealers. They want to say thank you to you guys, the constructions and the land-moving pros who keep our communities growing. They got some great deals today, 25% off first-time machine rentals booked by September 30th. We're going to be giving away 2 Bobcat commercial mowers, and you can enter to win that just by stopping by and saying hi, and it's a great day to stop by. You need a hug? I'm here, Bobcat, Laverne. We want to see you. We're going to be doing the entire show out here live, so come see us, Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne, for Dirt Days with Bobcat.
Turn the banner on. Still have the banner up. Bring the camera up.
So is Dan jumping out, or is he going to hang out for this?
All right, let's drop out this commercial. All right. Looks like the press conference has started. Here it is.
Partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
They're stepping up to the podium now. Is that what's going on? It sounds like they're stepping up to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo. In a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th And in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there has been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on the scene at approximately 5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m. where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI, and we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake Field Office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation. and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God T-shirt who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely
Amen.
and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place.
We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us.
Yep.
But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There was no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country.
It is.
But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful.
We're going to find a natural
because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, as they move into the question and answer portion of the press conference, we do need to step aside and pay some bills here. We're following the latest. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, turned in by his own father, is now in police custody. They're saying that is the assassin of Charlie Kirk. We're going to stay with this story, and we'll be back with the latest right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN momentarily. Thank you. It's 9:39, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? Chris Hand here. Broadcasting live today from Bobcat of Nashville at their Laverne location. We want you to come out and say hi, say hello to us. Show's brought to you by Better Water LLC. We're keeping our tabs on this press conference that is ongoing, where they have apprehended the suspect that assassinated Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, 22-year-old kid. 22-year-old kid. There's pictures of him floating around the internet from high school at Halloween time, and his costume was an inflatable Donald Trump, and he was riding on his shoulders. So I think that there's going to be a lot of conversations about when and how did this kid get radicalized, and a lot of people are already pointing to the liberal indoctrination system that is college online. We're going to talk a lot about that. We're going to have more from that press conference. Joining me now, though, on the line is Susan Crabtree, and I'm really excited to have Susan on. She's the Real Clear Politics national political correspondent. She's won the 2024 Dow Prize for Investigative Journalism. She's one of the best. Susan, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks so much for having me in that too kind of introduction.
Well, I mean it. You know, a lot of the conversation online since the assassination of Charlie Kirk has been focused on people celebrating it and getting those individuals fired. And I've tried to stay away from that, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm grateful for people doing it, but I'm trying to, avoid the anger. But there was one that you exposed yesterday that I think is a much larger story. And with that, what did you find online, and who did you expose?
Well, I didn't find it. It was brought to my attention by a whistleblower. And a Secret Service agent was basically cheering the murder of Charlie Kirk because he said, he referred to the reason as karma. You can't get away from it, is what he said. And that he called Charlie Kirk a racist, and that he wanted people who on his Facebook account to delete him, unfollow him if they were mourning Charlie Kirk.
So we've had you on a bunch of times discussing Secret Service, especially in the aftermath of the assassination attempts on Donald Trump. Does this raise concerns about the safety around the president when the vetting process seems to be lacking so greatly that there are active Secret Service agents celebrating the death of thought leaders? Yes,
it's indicative of the mess that Sean Curran inherited in the Secret Service. This individual was also posting against Donald Trump, nothing to the level of disgusting posts that cheering somebody's assassination, but he was talking about DEI, and that he was angry that Donald Trump was doing away with DEI programs across the federal government. And he's a black agent. His name is Anthony Pow, I think it's called Pow, Pough, and he just seemed to be not lacking judgment. And you can have your personal opinions as a Secret Service agent, but when you have that kind of lack of judgment, I don't know a better way to say it, it does raise deep concerns that you don't have what it takes to protect the president and the other protectees, former presidents, other cabinet members, even people, if Charlie Kirk or somebody else that he doesn't like is standing with the president, can he have, level-headed? Can he be level-headed and do what his job commands him to do? And that is to put your life on the line to protect our continuity of government.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're talking with Susan Crabtree, Real Clear Politics national political correspondent. She came across a shocking post from the Secret Service agent, and I got to ask, what's going on with vetting at Secret Service?
I've been talking about this. I've been writing about it even before the assassination attempts against Donald Trump. 2 months before the assassination attempt, I wrote a story that said that vetting is under scrutiny at the Secret Service and DEI, to be quite honest. And there was a woman who had a mental breakdown at Joint Base Andrews. She was a female agent who really lost it and started attacking her supervisor. And it was clear it was a mental issue. And she was on Kamala Harris's detail, so it's not political. She lost it and she was taken away. And then the House Republicans, James Comer at the Oversight Committee, was, because of my story, was going to look into it. He announced an investigation. This is 2 months before the assassination attempts, even 2.5 months. So in the wake of the assassination attempts, I picked up that storyline, and it's just really a sad state of affairs at the Secret Service. I also wrote about 2 black female agents getting into a cat fight where they were yelling obscenities at one another.
Yep.
Outside Barack Obama's residence a couple months ago. There's been issues with people. I can go on and on, but there was an issue with a woman who was breastfeeding.
Yes, I was going to ask you a follow up on that. What has happened to that agent?
They never tell you. You could have to hear about it through the grapevine, and they do keep it pretty hush-hush. As far as I know, that agent was a daughter, she was a legacy hire of someone, or related, I don't remember exactly how, to another Secret Service agent or former agent. And that's something, one of the problems with the Secret Service is very uneven discipline. So they have, you have what people say, friends and family and nepotism issues, and then you layer over that DEI lowering of hiring standards during the Biden administration, because Kimberly Cheadle, the former director of the Secret Service, really made a big push for DEI because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden put out an executive order saying that this should be a huge priority in every federal agency, and Kimberly Cheadle took that quite seriously, and she signed what is known as the 30 by 30 pledge, which had the goal of hiring 30% women by 2030, and she was about 24% from what I understand from my sources. But that's, hiring women is not the issue as long as they're qualified, right?
Exactly.
So, and other Secret Service agents I've talked to say they know a lot of women agents that are more capable than they are, and they respect them, but it's the ones that aren't, that they're lowering the standards for, and even lowering female standards for, that it's causing problems. And there's individuals like this agent who are demonstrating lack of judgment, a clear lack of judgment.
Well, with the president in particular, there's talks that he's going to be attending Charlie Kirk's funeral, so there's going to be a large security presence there. But I wonder, with your expertise and what you're hearing, is the president as safe as he needs to be currently?
No, he's not, unfortunately. I don't even hesitate when I say that. I reported the night before, the day of, that the protesters, the Kopi protesters confronting Donald Trump in the restaurant, I reported that there was a Glock that got through security at Trump's National Golf Course in Sterling, Virginia, during Labor Day when Trump was golfing. Now, you know that we already had one assassination attempt on a golf course when Trump was golfing, and we have the Iranians' threat. We have a video that's been out, that the Iranian leadership put out at least now 3 years ago, and it's been circulating, of a drone. It's a simulation of a drone assassinating Donald Trump on a golf course. So we need to have beefed up security on the golf course. And I asked the White House whether he thinks there should be magnetometers placed at every golf course when he's golfing, and whether he thought that would be too much of a hindrance for his club members. And I didn't get a straight answer from the White House on that question, but that's what we're talking about here. We need to just fortify the security in every possible way. You did have more security around the president yesterday in the wake of this assassination attempt against Charlie Kirk, and at the 9/11 ceremonies, you had even what I've never seen before, and people were circulating it, Secret Service agents with what is called anti-drone technology, but they look like a huge gun that could take out drones that they were holding in there.
Well, and I'm grateful they have that, but it still makes me, increasingly nervous. One of the things about Charlie and one of the things about the president is they don't want an overwhelming security appearance because it makes you look less approachable, and both of these guys like to be approachable. How much of it is the president kind of pushing back in that way, and how much of it is just the worry of the ineffectiveness of the Secret Service?
Well, I think there's always a balance to be struck, and we saw that at Butler because we do know now that the Secret Service offered the Trump campaign, farm equipment, MDIG trucks to block the line of sight from that AGR building to the stage. And they were, I don't like to use the word rejected because it's always a negotiation between the campaign staff and Secret Service, but they weren't there. Okay, they weren't used. So I think all that is always part of the equation, and it's really up to Donald Trump. I think the Secret Service was offering him more assets, but they are down counter snipers. There was a recent Inspector General report basically chronicling the fact that they don't have enough counter snipers in the Secret Service to provide security. In fact, they were down 73% of what was needed, what the Inspector General said was needed to provide adequate security for all their protectees.
Yeah,
that's really disconcerting.
No, it's very concerning, especially given the light of recent events. We're talking with Susan Crabtree, Real Clear Politics national correspondent. So given what you saw at the press conference, they've announced the arrest of Tyler Robinson, 22 years old, his father apparently turning him in. What's your instant reaction on this press conference and of the news of the morning?
I think I'm so relieved, as I'm sure you are, who knew him very well. I'm just so relieved that he's off the streets and that at least that one person is going to be held to justice. I think it was a lucky situation because there was some deep concern as of yesterday, late last night, even the last press conference, that they didn't have their man and that he was on the run and they couldn't find him. And we really was the father and I'm understanding the minister, which is just significant, very significant, who turned him in. And because of those very patriotic Americans, must have been gut-wrenching to do that to your son who you've raised. So I'm just thankful to those individuals.
Especially given the light of the governor of Utah saying, we have the death penalty. I mean, you turning your son in, you're essentially saying, here's my son, I know what's going to happen to him.
Yes. I mean, can you even imagine?
I could.
What a gut-wrenching situation, but what an amazing patriotic individual to do so. I'm just grateful for that situation, and I'm thankful that it got resolved because our nation needs to start the healing process. And I thought the Utah governor Spencer Cox was amazing. I think he has a real political future ahead of him with that wonderful description of coming together and real unity that we haven't heard from a politician in recent times. He's just really striking a chord of a clarion call, really, for a sea change in our political discourse.
You know, when you talk about the current political discourse and the current political climate, I'm curious, and I was thinking this as I'm listening to the press conference. Is there a situation where the majority of Americans are going to accept the official story, or is there always going to be question marks around this and doubt and conspiracies?
Well, I think that there always will be, but this one was pretty straightforward. Unlike the information on Thomas Crooks, Ryan Ruth is a little bit more straightforward, but I think there's still questions surrounding Thomas Crooks because the FBI was not forthcoming, did not have multiple press conferences, only had one, and they didn't answer a lot of our reporters' questions, especially not mine. And we still don't know what was on his encrypted apps. We know what's on this individual, Tyler Robinson's his apps. I don't think they're encrypted, but we didn't know, and his social media. But we don't still know what was on Thomas Kirk's encrypted apps. That's really the opposite of transparency, and I will be pressing as much as I can for that information because I think there's more questions surrounding that incident than what we're seeing already right now. We have more information on Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Susan Crabtree, national political correspondent for Real Clear Politics. She's got a book out now, too, in case you're interested. Fool's Gold, The Radicals, Con Artists, and Traitors Who Killed the California Dream and Now Threaten Us All. It's a great book. It's available on Amazon. Susan, how can we keep up with you online?
That's kind of you. I'm at Susan Crabtree on X.com. And then I'm a national political reporter for, as you said, Real Clear Politics. So you just go to that website, realclearpolitics.com, click on writers, and you can see all the articles, see my name. All the articles I've written for the last 9 years for them. I think it's been something like that. It's been a blur.
Well, I mean, you do a lot of great work, and we really appreciate you taking the time to stop down and talk with us today, given the news of the day. So thank you so much, Susan.
Oh, it's my pleasure. God bless you and all of your work.
Thank you. It is 9:55 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just a programming note, we are live in Laverne at Bobcat of Nashville, celebrating Dirt Days, and we'd love to see you down here. It's that kind of day where, come on down here, bring your Bible, let's pray together, give me a hug, and let's have some fun. Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne with Chris Hand and Super Talk 99.7 WTN. No.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I am Ken Weaver. I am live out here at Bobcat of Wilson County. They're celebrating Dirt Days. They're celebrating all the landscaping, construction, concrete laying pros out there who use their fine equipment to get the job done for you. They've got deals running all day long. I got Mark, who is one of the sales guys here standing with me. Mark, tell me about some of the deals you got and on what.
We've got great deals going on track loaders, excavators. We got some special pricing for today only. Come in and see us. They're marked way down. We're giving away a lot of prizes, including 2 lawn mowers, lots of hats, tumblers, coolers. We got a prize wheel going on. So come on out and see us. Get on a machine and try it out. Drive away with one.
Yeah, they're going to have a pro skills competition, let you drive some of their equipment out here, and they got some mighty fine-looking machines. He was telling me about this one piece of equipment. It's just like a fighter pilot jet cockpit. It's even got Bluetooth. Oh, you can listen to Super Talk 99.7 WTN while you're doing that hard work out there and getting it done. Now, the good thing is all you got to do is come out here to become eligible for these prizes. You just scan a QR code, and you get a prize. They just fired up the grill a moment ago, and they're cooking dogs. Beef dogs, Dustin tells me. He told me to make that clear. These are beef dogs that they are grilling up. And get yourself a hot dog, other snacks and drinks. It's going on all day long. Bobcat of Wilson County, just north of Lebanon Road off 109. Dirt Day celebration. on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 10:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The Charlie Kirk assassin is now in custody.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
That is Utah Governor Spencer Cox. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was turned into police by his father.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University.
Now, Cox has said that Robinson faces the death penalty if convicted. Cox also said that when Tyler Robinson was arrested, he had already changed back into the clothing that he wore at the time of the assassination. That clothing that he appears in, those photos and the videos police have been using to try to identify him. Governor Cox revealed, too, that Robinson was a Discord user, the online messaging app, and had posted messages to a former college roommate.
Messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique.
And police were able to photograph those messages. We do have other news of the day. College campuses across the U.S. experiencing an epidemic of hoax calls about bogus shootings following the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. These swatting calls have disrupted Virginia State University and many others, with classes canceled and students sent home. Last night, a swatting incident ended with a midshipman at the U.S. Naval Academy being shot. He was airlifted to a hospital, but he is expected to be okay. The wife of former U.S. Senator Bob Menendez has been sentenced to 4.5 years in prison for selling the powerful New Jersey politician's influence in exchange for bribes of cash, gold bars, and a luxury car. Nadine Menendez telling the judge that her husband was not the man I thought he was. And Chicago is not the next city to get the National Guard help in reducing crime after all.
We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee. The governor is happy.
President Trump making that announcement on Fox News this morning. That is the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
Charlie, what you've done is incredible here.
Maybe Charlie Kirk is on the college campus.
I want you to know we are lucky to have Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk's running the White House, folks.
I want to thank Charlie. He's an incredible guy. His spirit, his love of this country. He's done an amazing job building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA.
We will not embrace the ideas that have destroyed countries, destroyed lives, and we are going to fight for freedom on campuses across the country. That's why we are here.
It is 10:09 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Handon. Buckle up, everybody. Here we go. We got a big show. We are honoring the late, the great Charlie Kirk. We are following the developments in the arrest of his assassin, Tyler Robinson, 22 years old. It's a stunning story. His father turned him in. And I'll be honest with you, as I'm trying to wrap my head around this as a father, I don't know if I could have done the same thing. I don't know. We know the governor of Utah reminded everyone the death penalty is on the table. And I understand what this person did is evil and heinous and vile. But I don't know how you do that as a dad. And I want to give my utmost respect to that father. You know, for a while in this country, the conversation has been on parents not being there in their kids' lives, being absent, putting their head down, having the blinders on, looking the other way. This dad didn't do that. He didn't do that at all. So we're going to keep you updated on that as we move through the day. Normally at this time on Fridays, we're joined by Monica Page. Monica's awesome. She's really one of the best. She works for Turning Point and for Charlie, and we work together, and I really love Monica. Monica's having a tough time today, as a lot of people are. She sent me a video moments ago, the president at the White House, and she said, Mr. President, Charlie was my boss. And you can hear the hurt and the heartbreak in her voice. And I credit her for still being at the White House and doing the reporting that she's doing today. I know it's not easy. With that being said, I told Monica, don't stress on this today. This is not the priority. It's just not. So she's not going to be joining us today. But I love Monica, and I know a lot of this audience loves Monica too. So if you have a moment today, find her on X at Monica Page TV, and just let her know you're thinking of her. Let her know you're praying for her. That would be pretty cool if you guys could do that at Monica Page TV. Just say, hey, sending love from Nashville, something like that, and let her know we're thinking of her and we're keeping her wrapped in prayer. It's a tough day, man. Tough day for a lot of people, and I can't imagine how hard it's been at the Turning Point buildings these past couple days. The Turning Point compound is about 4 buildings, and it's a massive compound. My office was in the war room, and we love the war room. But it's four different buildings. It's you have your main Turning Point building, you have the Turning Point Action building, you have the Campus Victory Project building, and then you have the Charlie building. Last night, many Arizonans gathered around that building, and they had a vigil for Charlie, and that was touching. It moved me. Today's easier than it was yesterday, and I think that we're going to find that. Still heartbreaking. Knowing that this monster is caught, that feels good. I'm trying to dive into as much information in real time as I can. There's going to be questions no matter what. I think in the year of 2025, no matter what the official story is, there's always going to be doubt and questions that fill up the internet. I don't think that there's any way that we're going to be able to get away from that. There's going to be theories. There's going to be accusations. I understand if you don't believe the real story. I understand if you do believe the real story. I don't know. I'm still trying to dive through it all myself. But that being said, send some love to Monica at Monica Page TV. Send some love to the Turning Point team.
they have done a fantastic job. I know personally the guys that have been editing those videos, the tribute videos on the Turning Point accounts. I know the people that have been fighting through tears to go onward in a way that Charlie would want. And those guys are unbelievable, what they've done these past few days. The whole team, my heart goes out to them. Yesterday, we got to see J.D. Vance arrive in Utah with Air Force Two. And he brought Air Force Two to Charlie, to bring Charlie home. And Mason, if you're following along with me on the show sheet, this is going to be I'm gonna highlight it. The audio underneath J.D. Vance, if you see it. So J.D. Vance touchdown in Utah, and Tyler Boyer is he heads up Turning Point Action, and he's been with Turning Point USA since the start. And he posted this video of J.D. Vance carrying Kirk's casket to Air Force Two, and he had a caption, and it said, "Thank you for bringing our hero home. We're so grateful for you." At J.D. Vance, and we're all grateful for J.D. Vance. It's really moving to see what they've done for Charlie. Big time. The video that got me, though, was the one that Tyler posted, because as you see J.D. Vance walking the casket to the airplane, to Air Force Two, in the background is Erica Kirk. And Erica Kirk has been rocked these past few days. Rocked. So, say some prayers for her. Thanks to J.D. Vance for doing what he did. It's unbelievable. What a tribute. As Air Force Two landed in Phoenix, Arizona, air traffic control, this audio is leaked. I don't know if you've heard it. You might have, if you've been chronically online as I have, trying to digest all the different clips and information and theories and all the things. But it was air traffic control. They had a message for Charlie, and Mason, if you could play that, it's Phoenix Air Traffic Control's message to Charlie Kirk after landing in Arizona. Mason, I'm sorry, man. I think it's the next video. That video.
That's my bad. Yeah. I was showing the JD Vance.
It's totally okay, man. I mean, this is one of the things like where, and full disclosure, the company was like, you don't have to go and do your show live. And I was like, nah, I'll do it. Like onward. And they've been awesome, and they provided me with security, which I don't know if we really need, but I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for this company. I brought my own security. I usually do. I tend to. But this company's been awesome in light of the tragedy the past couple of days. But it was that message from Phoenix Air Traffic Control that just hit so hard. Because it highlights all of the people that didn't know Charlie but knew Charlie. And that message when Air Force Two is landing at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, an airport that I've landed at many of times, it rocked me, man, last night. This is Phoenix Air Traffic Control. Welcome home, Charlie. You didn't deserve it. May God bless your family. Whew. It's hard, man. That hit last night. That hit. There's a lot of reaction happening around the country, and there's a lot of people that are up in arms over the celebration that has been happening in light of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I could spend a whole show being as angry as I can be at all of the individuals, but I'm avoiding that one. I'm just avoiding it. I'm trying not to see it. It's hard not to see the celebrations. They're everywhere, but I'm trying to ignore it as best I can. Especially because I know that there's an army of warriors out there doing the work so we don't have to. You know what I mean? Like they're out there, they're finding these people celebrating, and they're taking action, and they're contacting their employers. And for a while, it feels like cancel culture, but it's like, no, play by the rules that you set. To all the members of the left, the ones that called our office to let them know we were Nazis for supporting Donald Trump. Play by the rules that you set. I think that's fair. I do. As this Kirk reaction comes down, there was a moment on CNN yesterday. A lot of people have pointed to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and they talk about the irony of the question that was being asked at the moment. The question was about transgender individuals and the violence that has been accompanying them. And the man who asked that question was on CNN giving his breakdown of what happened, and it's wild. He said that the point of his question was actually to show how peaceful the left is. Listen to this. Yeah. He wanted to make that point, how peaceful the left was right before Charlie got shot. It's not. The left is not peaceful. The left is the party of violence. For a long time, we've talked about finding middle ground with these people. But the guy that was willing to engage in that debate with them and find that middle ground just got shot in the neck. I don't really have a lot of patience for the left today. I don't really want to find middle ground. I don't really want to break bread with people who celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk. I think that they're awful, vile, evil people, and I think that they're exposing themselves, and I think that that's good. I think that's good. When we get back, I want to bring some of the reaction from mainstream media figures. Stephen A. Smith was actually pretty pissed. Pretty pissed indeed. And Matt Walsh had a reaction that I think that you need to hear as well. Matt Walsh is disgusted by these comments online, but he has a different angle. And we'll bring that to you on the way. There's a lot to cover today, and we're grateful for you listening to us however you listen to us, whether you're on iHeartRadio, tune into the FM dial, whether you're watching us on YouTube or Rumble, or whether you're joining me down here on location at Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne. We are celebrating Dirt Days. This is the big push from Bobcat of Nashville. But I'm asking you, if you're out and about and you want to get some free lunch, you want to come down and say hello, say a prayer, hand out a hug, we're down for that as well. This is a community thing, and I think everybody's grieving a little bit today. And we can grieve together. We're out here live, Bobcat of Nashville. I want to see you down here. 1022, it's Super Talk at 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, the best way to remember Charlie Kirk is to share his message. Flood the feeds, go find his videos, post them, share them, because Charlie's message was incredibly important, and it's even more important now. Share the words of Charlie Kirk. I'm going to start. Here's mine. You, go.
Are you a Christian by any chance?
Very, very much so.
Like, why is that exactly?
Jesus saved my life. I'm a sinner, gave my life to Christ, most important decision I ever made.
So you believe the Bible is real?
Yes, I believe the Bible is true and real. Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I could give you the technical answer. There's never been an archaeological discovery that has contradicted the truth of the Bible. And then, of course, the wisdom. There is not a truth of the Bible that if you apply to your life does not improve dramatically. And then finally, we have the most accurate and transparent, historically robust account that one can have of the most important figure ever to live in the history of the world, Jesus of Nazareth. And the resurrection is the pinpoint of my belief that Jesus did rise from the grave so that we may live.
What makes Christian mythology real?
So that's not mythology, but that is theology. If Genesis 1:1 and the resurrection is true, anything in the Bible is possible. You're looking at the greatest miracle. The greatest miracle is creation. And then the fact that Jesus rose from the dead. And I say, how do you know that Jesus rose from the dead? Well, show me another historical piece of a story where so many people willingly died a brutal death for a lie. Every single person around him had everything to lose, and yet they went to the absolute death, from Paul to Peter to the half-brother of James, saying that Jesus is Lord, Jesus rose from the dead. Not to mention, if you were going to fake a story, you would not use female witnesses in the ancient world. In the scriptures, it said that the women were the first one to see Jesus Christ. If you're trying to fake a story, you would never do that. Not to mention the 500 people that saw Jesus after he rose from the dead, and then the later church that lived under persecution under the belief that Jesus Christ was the Son of God.
We have the latest on the capture of Charlie Kirk's killer coming up here at 10:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Jones, it is 10:26 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Show's brought to you by Better Water LLC, water filtration systems, water softeners, betterwater.com. At about 11:05, Robbie Starbucks is going to be joining us on the phone. Robbie was one of the guys that put his own money up to increase that reward from the FBI to find Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old who has since been turned in by his own father, which is an unbelievable development, which we are going to dive into with Robbie coming up at 11:05. Very excited for that conversation. We're down here live at Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne. We're seeing a lot of friends, a lot of familiar faces. Ron and Scrappy are here. We're very excited for those guys to be in, and we got a lot of good people coming in. A lot of hugs, a lot of prayers, a lot of grieving. We're all kind of grieving together, but we're getting through it. It's been tough. It's been tough trying to avoid some of the darkness on the internet, the celebrations. You kind of knew it would happen. Stephen A. Smith, he went. People want to say berserk. I think that's how Eric Doherty on X put it. But he's like, what are you doing? Honestly, members of the left, you lunatic radical leftists, you are celebrating the death of a father and a husband. For what? For having a conversation. This is Stephen A. Smith yesterday on his broadcast, losing his mind.
I'm a black man born in America. I know what problems that exist in this country. But I also know there's far more good people than there are bad people in this country, regardless of who you are, what your ethnic background is. White, black, Hispanic, and beyond. I'm in a studio here in Las Vegas, and I'm looking outside, and I see people looking at me and smiling and saying, "What's up, Stephen?" They don't look anything like me. And I don't care, because they're showing me love, and I'm showing love right back to them. At some point in time, we got to recognize, can't just speak about it. Can't just give lip service to when such a vile act takes place. And we're going to give lip service to the tragedy of the moment, and then within 24 hours, we move on with our lives like nothing happened. Something did happen.
We're not moving on.
Don't care what his political beliefs were. I don't care what he felt. I care about the fact that a man was gunned down in front of two of his children who are 5 years of age or less. That he's dead at the age of 31. That his wife is a widow. That his children are fatherless. Because his ideas and his beliefs differed from somebody else, apparently. And then I'm going online and I'm seeing people celebrating it. Shame. Shame on you. I'm a black.
Shame on you. You're celebrating this. You're celebrating this. It's an unbelievable story. Stephen A. Smith is absolutely right. But it's wild to watch. It's wild to watch. Matt Walsh had a different take. Matt Walsh, he's angry at everything that the left is saying. But his take is a bit different. His take is that this should be an accolade. This is something that we should all strive for, the hate that we're seeing for Charlie Kirk. Your message was so effective that you have broken the left. You've broken the left. I'm going to bring you the comments from Matt Walsh after we get through the newscast. I know that there are big developments that Joan Jones has been following in the newsroom, so we'll bring you the latest headlines. I'm bringing you these comments from Matt Walsh on the way. Don't forget, Robbie Starbucks is also joining the show at 11:05. We're moving fast, and we're trying to cover everything as best we can. Phone lines and text lines are open as well, 615-737-9986. We're live at Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne. Come see us. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and it is confirmed Charlie Kirk's killer is now in custody.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox has become the public face of the search for a suspect. Today,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He's identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who lives nearly 300 miles from the scene of the shooting.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years.
Cox says some of the unspent bullets had been engraved, including one that read, "Hey fascists, catch." Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And there was another inscription, too. Utah Governor Spencer Cox saying that on the spent cartridge was a completely different message.
Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?"
And on some of the other bullets, "Oh, Bella Ciao." Governor Cox saying that that's the title of an anti-fascist song popularized during the Second World War. A protest last night outside the Rutherford County Courthouse by people opposed to the sheriff's office signing on to an agreement with ICE.
The 287G program allows local law enforcement to help with federal immigration enforcement. The Rutherford County Sheriff's Office signed on to the program at the end of August. It means sheriff's deputies will be able to serve immigration warrants on undocumented immigrants who are in their jail.
Channel 4's Braden Ross reporting. Now, while most were there protesting the agreement, there was one man, Kumar Sangaran, who spoke to Channel 4 in favor of ICE and that program.
It's the right thing. Absolutely, I support the Sheriff's Department, because if you are here illegally without any paperwork and if you are in jail, you should be deported.
Now, hundreds of other agencies across the country have joined that ICE program as well. That's the latest news. We've got your weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Maxed out on credit cards or struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Hey, it's Dan Mandis. Get cash out right now without touching your low rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, and no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan program at Loan Pronto is amazing. Now, one Loan Pronto client just got, listen to this, $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, they renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses
Weather can change in an instant, and you need to be prepared for any outcome. That's why Generator Supercenter of Nashville will help keep your family safe and connected. We make buying a backup generator simple and easy, with financing options available, free in-home estimate, turnkey installations, no worry warranty, and most importantly, the monitoring and service of your fully installed generator. Come see us at our location in Nashville or visit us online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
I'm Pastor Alan Jackson, and I'm excited to invite you to join me for my brand new show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Every Sunday night from 7 to 8, I'll be talking about the week's news and headlines, but through a biblical lens. Together, we'll look at what's happening in our world and how God's Word can guide us through it. Join me, Pastor Alan Jackson, Sunday evenings at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And you can listen on iHeartRadio and tune in.
I'll humbly submit, but boldly proclaim I'm going to run to be governor of the state of Tennessee. I start an application process now with 7 million people. I ask them to hire me and lay out my resume and what I have done, not just in civilian work and military work, but what I've done in the legislature. Not running against anybody. I'm running against what I think is an embedded establishment politic in Nashville that brother thinks that people like me shouldn't even apply for jobs like this. I think there's a great thirst for liberty in Tennessee, and I think there's a great distaste for a government that's growing out of control, a budget that is growing out of control, 59% in the last 6 years. That's not small government. 2 Kings 13 talks about striking the ground with your arrows. I will put my foot many times in each county in the state of Tennessee, and I will empty my quiver into the ground for liberty and less government in Tennessee, because I think we desire for that.
It's 1037, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Show's brought to you by Better Water LLC, water filtration systems, water softeners. You get those at betterwater.com. We're grateful to be out here at Bobcat of Nashville. We're celebrating Dirt Days today, but it's really kind of just been like a community thing. I don't know. During the commercial breaks, it's like I had a hug line going on. We're just praying, and got a lot of great listeners out here and friends, and feels like family. So thank you guys for coming out. We're going to be at a bunch of different Bobcat locations today. I know Ken is out at one. Jones is going to be out at one. Chad's going to be out at one. But I'm at the one in Laverne. You're more than welcome to come by and speak with us. There's a lot of stuff that we want to get to today. We understand that the shooter is in custody. Tyler Robinson, 22, arrested Thursday evening. This is apparently after his father had turned him in. Governor Cox said that the Robinson family and friends had cooperated with investigators in corroborating clues linking him to the assassination. Cox reiterated that the bolt-action rifle that allegedly been used in the assassination had been recovered, wrapped in a dark towel in a wooded area behind the campus where Kirk was shot, saying investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on the casing found with his rifle. Inscriptions on a casing read,
Notice bulges, OWO, what's this? Inscriptions on 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, catch." And then up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol, 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh, Bella Chow." Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow, Chow. And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you're gay, LMAO." So there's, I mean, this is a lot of internet culture on these. It's a lot of leftist ideology on these. The Ciao Bella, Bella Ciao. That's an Italian song that was played during World War II. It was an anti-Nazi anthem. Hey fascist, catch. I don't think I need to explain that to you. This is the ideology of the left. This is the ideology of the left. This is the ideology of people that we're seeing celebrating online. And while the people celebrating online didn't take the shot, I'm sure a lot of them would have, given their celebrations. They're melting down now because they're being fired, because patriots are highlighting their insanity to their employers. And I say good. I say good. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Meanwhile, as we watch these celebrations, it's hard not to get angry. It's hard not to. And I think it's understandable when you see these celebrations to get angry. I'd be lying to you if I said that I didn't get angry looking at some of these celebrations from leftists online. It's infuriating. I try to move on. I try to avoid it. Matt Walsh had a different take, and I love Matt's take. Matt Walsh is, Daily Wire, and he's brilliant. I really like Matt Walsh a lot. But he had this take on the messages that Charlie's death has been garnering. This was Matt Walsh yesterday.
But I do want to say this. When I see these rodents gloating now over the death of my friend, I'm, of course, disgusted by it. Yet also, I truly see it as a powerful tribute to Charlie's life and work. Charlie had many friends who loved him dearly, many fans who adored and admired him. That's, without a doubt, the greatest testament to the sort of man he was, no question about it. But as a true culture warrior, it must be said that the evil gloating of his enemies are accolades in their own right. May we all be so successful and productive that our enemies celebrate when we die. May we all be so devastating to the leftist project that they long for our demise.
Amen.
May we all fight so hard and so effectively that they have no choice but to try to kill us. May our lives be a problem for these people, and our deaths a relief. Let them dance on my grave as they dance on Charlie's. Then I will know that I did my duty.
Amen.
Our opponents should be happy when we leave the ring. If they aren't, then we didn't punch hard enough. Charlie punched harder than anyone. He did it with a smile. He did it through speech and debate. He did it non-violently. But he was a devastating fighter all the same. And his opponents are overjoyed because they think they've gotten rid of him. But they're wrong. They have gravely misjudged the situation. The only thing more powerful than a living fighter is a martyred one. In life, Charlie motivated and rallied us to put on the armor of God and fight for what we believe in. In death, he motivates and rallies us all the more. I want to be very clear that we will not back down after this. We will not shrink away or go into hiding. We will not fall silent. We will not walk in fear. We will stand taller and prouder than we ever have and be louder and bolder than we've ever been and fight harder than we've ever fought. They think they can kill the movement by killing us, but in the entire history of the world, that strategy has never worked. And it won't work now. I promise you that. You can kill a man. You can shoot him in the neck on stage. You can spill his blood for the whole world to see, but you cannot kill a cause. Especially when that cause is nothing else but love of God, love of country, love of family. That cause is truth. You can't kill the truth. No matter how many of us you shoot, you cannot kill it.
Amen. That was Matt Walsh. Posted that on X yesterday, and I thought it was just so on point. There's nothing that you're going to do to stop us. Nothing. And we should all want to make the enemies that Charlie Kirk made. Those are the right enemies to have. I posted on X this morning, put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Ephesians 6:11. We all need to have our armor on this morning. I got mine on. I hope you have yours on as well. I hope that you feel as emboldened as I do to continue pushing the truth, to continue speaking loudly for the truth. They took out Charlie, but there's going to be a million more Charlies popping up. A million more. I'm texting with so many friends last night, and, I have one friend, my buddy Matt, who retired Air Force. Forced retirement because Biden forced the jabs, and he said hard pass. But he's like, man, thousands more are going to pop up. I said, that's low. That's low. You're underestimating. It's going to be millions. It's going to be millions. Nobody's going to replace Charlie, but together we can't let the flag touch the ground. So that's kind of where we're at. I do believe that this is leftist ideology at work. I do believe that the Democrats and the mainstream media have a huge hand to play in this. I do believe that their rhetoric radicalized them. As much as they've been on TV trying to point the finger at Donald Trump, I think that is bovine scatology. There's only one side that chooses violence. Have you noticed there haven't been any riots or cities on fire in America tonight? Have you noticed that? As we enter day 3 of the lack of riots over the death of Charlie Kirk, it's insane. And we're learning a lot today. Tyler Robinson, 22 years old. Before he went to college, there's a video of him in high school circulating the internet right now of him at Halloween time, and he's got an inflatable Donald Trump costume, or makes it look like he's riding on the shoulders of Donald Trump. So what happened in the meantime, and when did he get radicalized? Those are the questions that I have. And how much blame does that university that he went to have? I think these are questions that we need to ask. And as we know what was written on the shell casings, hey, fascist, catch, ciao, Bella, all the things. MSNBC actually went on the air and said that there's no theme in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, despite the anti-fascist engravings and the anti-Nazi song on the bullet casing. Could be anything. Who are we to say? This is how MSNBC covered this morning.
This last 72 hours.
Von Hilliard, thank you. Everyone, please stay close. And joining us now is criminologist Casey Jordan. Casey, so much happening so quickly here this morning. We're learning as well from our own reporting that there's no indication of a prior criminal record. This is according to searches of state, national, public records associated with the person, Tyler Robinson, and his date of birth. One of the most striking details that we learned from this press conference were, again, about those bullet casings and the inscriptions, hey, fascist, the words, Bella Ciao, the words, if you read this, you are gay. What do you see as the significance or what the message is that he's trying to communicate here?
Really, I would need to actually see these words in the way that they are on the bullet casings and the gun to make a proper interpretation. But just knowing what those words are, I'm kind of overwhelmed with how immature it all sounds, and that there is no really chronic theme. I think Brandy really...
No chronic theme. Could be anything. This is the same network who, in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, said, hey, you know what? That could have been one of his supporters firing off a gun in celebration. I kid you not. I almost lost my mind when I saw that clip. But there's no theme. What could have radicalized this guy? Now, I do know that Democrats are very happy. I do. Ilhan Omar was practically gloating on a podcast yesterday over the death of Charlie Kirk. Yes, the Minnesota representative who allegedly married her brother to get him citizenship, gloating over the death of Charlie Kirk. This was Ilhan Omar yesterday.
What I do know for sure is that, Charlie was someone who once said, guns save lives. after a school shooting.
Because they do.
Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
He overdosed on fentanyl.
Right, have no regard, downplay slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should never exist. And I think, there are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah,
it's a complete rewriting of history. It's a complete rewriting of history. She's downright gloating. Let's go through it, shall we? George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. I don't know who needs to hear it, but that's the truth. When he was crying for Mama, that was his girlfriend saved in his cell phone as Mama. If you did a little bit of digging, Ilhan, you'd know that. George Floyd was a monster that robbed a pregnant woman at gunpoint. I'm sorry. I don't know who needs to hear that. Charlie was about open debate. Charlie didn't like Juneteenth. Actually, that's true. That's true. In fact, at Turning Point USA, we don't even celebrate Juneteenth. We show up to work because it's a stupid holiday. Also, it's a holiday that celebrates the time that the Democrats didn't tell the slaves they were freed. Weird. Charlie Kirk was for open debate. Ilhan Omar is gloating. She knows that she can't hold a candle to Charlie Kirk. She's a mess. This whole thing's a mess. Anderson Cooper yesterday said far-right podcasters are profiting off this rhetoric. Mind you, Senator Chris Murphy out of Connecticut 3 days ago was on a podcast saying we're in war. So I want to play this for you. This is Anderson Cooper first saying that we're profiting off of rhetoric. And then this is Chris Murphy immediately following, telling everybody just 3 days ago on a podcast, we're in war.
From some in the sort of far right, podcasting sphere who make money off this kind of rhetoric. They're talking about war. That there's a war targeting conservatives.
That is incredibly dangerous. And I hope these far-right podcasters come to their senses and recognize that this is not war.
Like we're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Oh, yeah, got it. So Anderson Cooper says that far-right podcasters are saying we're at war. And then you get video of Chris Murphy saying we're in a war and you have to do whatever it takes to win the war. We're the ones responsible for the rhetoric. Huh. Yeah, miss me with that bovine scatology. I'm sorry. No one on the right is responsible for this. This is at the feet of the left. They have blood on their hands today. And anybody that thinks different, I don't know how to help you. Get right with God. That's what you need to do first. Get right with the Lord. Find some truth. Look for it. Try looking for it. That would help. Before I get too fired up, I got to remind you, we got Robbie Starbucks joining the show at 11:05. Robbie is a patriot, and I'm grateful for him to be joining the show at 11:05. Robbie took $25,000 of his own money to up that reward from the FBI so that way they could catch Tyler Robinson. Unbelievable. That's what putting your money where your mouth is looks like. We're going to talk to Robbie about that. Full disclosure, when I was texting with Robbie last night, he said, this is going to be raw. And I said, man, I get it. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. Also, we're broadcasting live. It is Dirt Days happening at Bobcat of Nashville. We're in Laverne. This is happening at all their locations across Middle Tennessee and the one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We want you to stop by. All you construction pros, you want some free lunch? Well, we're in Laverne, and we're going to have hot dogs and burgers and drinks and snacks and all this stuff. So who doesn't want free lunch? Come on by and see us. It's 10:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Jody Barrett is running for the recently vacated congressional seat of Mark Green. What's up, Jody?
How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Let's play a little word association.
All right, let's go.
Bobby Kennedy.
Good guy.
Operation Warp Speed.
Not so much.
Fluoride in the drinking water.
Get it out of here.
Geoengineering or chemtrails?
Absolutely real.
Absolutely real. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's real. It's a real thing. We have documentation to prove that.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, we're trying at the state level. I think, the eyes are being opened. You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene earlier. She's putting legislation forth on this at the federal level. I think ultimately all this has to end up in the president's desk and him understand what's really going on and buy into it. Just like we saw in TVA in the Cheatham County fight. Once he gets involved, things happen. And so I think that's where you really are lobbying a party of one there to try to get the president to understand how big a deal this is.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris.
10:59, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand. Show's brought to you by Better Water LLC, water filtration systems, water softeners, betterwater.com. There is a suspect in custody in relation to the assassination with Charlie Kirk, turned in by his own father. Tyler Robinson, 22. There's a lot more work to be done, though. Utah Governor Spencer Cox indicated at the press conference this morning that the alleged assassin messaged his roommate on the Discord platform about the need to retrieve a rifle. Who else knew about this? Who else was involved? How did this kid get radicalized? I mean, smart money's on the leftist indoctrination center of college, but there's got to be more to the story. And there's going to be more investigation, and we're going to stay with it the entire way through and bring you the latest here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. On the way, Robbie Starbucks is going to join the program. And we're really looking forward to that conversation. Robbie's a patriot, and what he's done for this country has been amazing. What he did in the light of the assassination of Charlie Kirk was equally as amazing, adding $25,000 of his own money to the reward. It's unbelievable what he did. We're going to talk to him about it on the way. It's going to be a tough interview to get through, but we're going to do it together. 11 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eleven o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now, Talbot's Corner got a crash reported 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. Authorities in Utah say a suspect is in custody connected to the assassination, that is, of Charlie Kirk. Identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. ABC News Washington managing editor Catherine Falders explains what broke the case.
It was really after that video was released that all of this started moving into motion. We were told by sources that, of course, while they had some names, they hadn't at that point identified somebody and didn't know where he was. And obviously were able to use the public to identify him and, of course, a family member, which we heard in that press conference.
Meanwhile, a Nashville Fire Department paramedic is on administrative leave for what he posted on social media about Kirk's murder. Reports say Jason Haggard posted this: "Just got my limited edition Charlie Kirk Labubu." That's a popular Chinese toy monster. Nashville Fire conducting an investigation into the incident. Won't say if the paramedic will be fired. Meantime, Cosby Republican State Rep Jeremy Faison telling WTN's Matt Murphy show the Tennessee legislature is going to work to make it easier to fire tenured college professors in the wake of social media posts celebrating the assassination.
We need to make sure if you are a professor or a dean and you have influence over children and the people of Tennessee are paying for your job, you ought to lose your job really quick if you're that crazy to say something foolish like what these professors and deans have said.
It comes after two faculty at East Tennessee State University were suspended for allegedly celebrating Kirk's assassination, Dr. Andrew Herman and Dr. Russ Brown, and after MTSU Assistant Dean Laura Sosh Lightsey was fired after a post suggesting Charlie Kirk deserved to die. An American soldier accused of attempting to spy for the Russian Federation to be arraigned today in federal court in Texas. Taylor Adam Lee enlisted in the Army in 2021 and was assigned to Fort Bliss as an assistant tank commander. Prosecutors say that earlier this year, the 22-year-old attempted to reach out to the Russian embassy in Washington offering classified information on the M1 Abrams tank to a person he thought represented the Russian government. That person turned out to be an FBI agent who took Lee into custody on August 6th. And money news, consumer confidence falling for a second straight month, at least by one measure, the latest consumer sentiment index from the University of Michigan.
Even as Wall Street's major stock indexes soar to record highs, Americans, especially lower and middle-income Americans, are feeling less optimistic about the economy. The preliminary consumer sentiment index for September has dropped as it did in August. It's still above its levels of April and May when tariffs were kicking in.
That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Buckle up, everybody. Here we go.
Charlie, what you've done is incredible here.
Maybe Charlie Kirk is on the college campus.
I want you to know we are lucky to have Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk's running the White House, folks.
I want to thank Charlie. He's an incredible guy. His spirit, his love of this country. He's done an amazing job building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA.
We will not embrace the ideas that have destroyed countries, destroyed lives, and we are going to fight for freedom on campuses across the country. That's why we are here.
Buckle up, everybody. Here we go. It is 11:07 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. We are doing the show on location today. We are live at Bobcat of Nashville in Laverne, and I'm grateful for all of the Patriots who are stopping by, shaking my hand, giving hugs, saying prayers. We appreciate you guys. It really does feel like the death of Charlie Kirk has touched everybody in many different ways. Joined on the phone now by an incredible Patriot, Robbie Starbucks. And before we even get things rocking, Robbie, I just want to say thank you, man. You have been a light in the darkness, and recently offering up $25,000 of your own money to the reward fund leading for information to the capture of Kirk's assassin. So I just want to start there and give you your flowers and say thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate it, and I'm not sure how this is all going to work, if the folks who turned him in are going to try to claim the reward or not. If they do, I hope they turn it over to Erica and Charlie's kids. I think that would be the right thing. If they don't, then I plan to, contribute that and a bit more to the endowment that Bill Ackman is opening. He's an incredible investor. He's put $1 million of his own dollars in to set up a fund that, will create income every year for the kids. And I hope it can help a little bit to provide for the things they need.
Yeah, no, I'm just grateful for you doing it. I mean, the spirit behind what you're doing is the most important part. And I just want to ask, I mean, what's the last 48 hours been like for you, brother?
Horrible. If I'm being honest, Charlie and I have known each other a long time. I mean, we kind of came up around the same time. We first met during Trump's first run for office. And he had an incredible impact on my life and had always been so supportive of everything I did. And, I regularly went on his show, and I was just on actually last week with him, and we were talking about, crazy enough, the evil of shootings. Yep. And the monsters who do them. And that in the face of evil, good men have to stand in those dangerous places and take the risks, because if you don't, evil will consume us. Yep. And then this happens, and the last 48 hours, though, I mean, it's like, if I'm being really honest, I'm a very stoic person. I don't show a ton of emotion. Typically, I could probably count on my hand the amount of times I've cried in my life. And I have cried every day since he died. And I don't know how you replace the person that he was. I don't think you can. I don't think anybody, I've had a lot of people talk about, filling his shoes, and no one will ever fill Charlie's shoes. But I will say this, that killer thought he killed Charlie. He killed the body. Charlie's spirit, his soul, the ideas that made him so dangerous to evil people, those are now ignited in the hearts and souls of millions and millions of people across the globe, not just here in the U.S.
No, you're absolutely right.
It is going to be so much more of the world Charlie believed in because of that fire that is ignited in people.
I mean, and I know you're online as chronically as I am, and it's like you see all these kids who are like, I didn't want to speak up, but I'm starting my podcast today. Thanks, Charlie. I get tons of messages like, okay, that's it. My high schooler wants to start a Turning Point chapter. How do I do it? And it's like, okay, go to clubamerica.com. Like, let's get this ball rolling. But I think the biggest thing for him is how he wanted to be remembered for his faith. And, I mean, you tell me, have you ever seen the gospel spread to every corner of the globe as quickly as it has over the past 48 hours?
No, and, this is done so many different things. I mean, one of them is, there were a lot of people who tried to dismiss the impact and reach of people like Charlie. For many years, the media has worked very hard to try to do that.
Yep.
This has been the most consequential, impactful death of the last few decades, because that reaches so much further and so much greater than anybody imagined. And you realize the importance that these parasocial relationships have in people's lives. People felt like they lost a brother, that had never met him, because they had built a relationship with the ideas and his character and who he is and how he impacted their life, and how he unafraid, stood up in front of crowds of people who hated him. And this is a parallel with Jesus. Like Charlie, you could look up to him for so many things, but the way he boldly stood up and proclaimed his faith was something that at the time he started doing it was incredibly unpopular, and people need to remember that.
Yep.
He did it when there were forces within even the Republican Party who would push him not to make the faith thing such a big part of what he was doing, because you might box out certain people or make them, not as open to your message. Well, he didn't listen, and he was not afraid to talk about his faith and not afraid to talk about Jesus. And then you fast forward to today, Charlie was right, about so many things, but especially about that. On campuses, there has been a revival. He went from an era where there was such faithlessness among youth to one where there is a revival now among youth, turning to Jesus, turning to the church. And I don't think that is a mistake. I think he had a massive part to play in that. And, it has also emboldened people who are in the public space who had been afraid to talk about their faith, been afraid that it might ruffle feathers, to not be afraid to talk about their faith. And that is going to have a lasting effect too.
Amen. And you mentioned how people feel like they know him, and I think I would make the argument that they do. You can attest to this, and I will as well. He was the same guy that you heard on the air when you met him backstage at a conference. He was the same guy in the lobby of the Turning Point building that he was on a podcast heard by millions. So to everybody who feels like they knew him, I would argue you do.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And you know what else is crazy? So most people can't comprehend the amount of messages that get sent to large accounts like Charlie's or myself, and it's kind of hard to keep up with.
Yep.
There are very few of us who try to actually respond to the stuff that gets sent to us. A lot of folks, they end up getting so overwhelmed by it, they just turn off their DMs, or they don't read them, or they set an auto message like an AI bot that just does whatever it does. Charlie, up until these last moments, would make an effort with any random person. He tried so hard to connect with everybody he could and to answer their questions and to help them. And he was just such a force for good. And the world feels just so different without him in it. And I've had a knot in my stomach since it happened, and I don't think it'll ever go away.
I'm
it's
with
just
you, man.
incredibly difficult.
I know. It's hard. What do we do from here? We understand that the killer has been caught, Tyler Robinson, 22 years old. His father turned him in, which I could only imagine is an excruciating pain as a father. But I'm grateful for that. But where do we go from here? There's pictures of this guy circulating online in a Trump Halloween costume from high school. So, I mean, it begs the question, was he radicalized at colleges? And then from there, you got guys like Mike Cernovich, calling for congressional hearings for every billionaire funding far left-wing extremism, Soros, Gates, Reid Hoffman. He wants massive RICO investigations, every dollar accounted for. What is the right course of action moving forward? I have a hard time buying into the let's find middle ground, because you just killed the guy that wanted to find middle ground. Is it just total dismantling of the Democrat Party at this point?
Here's the problem. I wish we lived, and Charlie wished that we lived in a kumbaya unifying environment. Okay. We don't. And people need to be very clear about that. Your pastors need to be very clear about this. If they're preaching a message of unity right now, they are confused, because The Bible calls on us to confront evil. And I wish I could tell everybody this was one deranged psychopath and that we've caught him, he's in jail, he's going to get the death penalty, and we're going to all feel a sense of justice. But the truth is, this rot goes so much deeper than that. You have countless, and I mean countless, endless videos of Democrats on social media celebrating his murder. They are going to celebrate the killer. Many of them were wishing he would kill other people in the public sphere before he was caught. It is enough to make you want to throw up. And it is very clear there is a radicalization process that is happening across many colleges in our country. We've known that. Charlie talked about it. I've talked about it. I mean, until we're blue in the face.
Yep.
Both of us had warned for years one of us was going to get shot. It was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when and where. That was it. It was going to happen because the government has been entirely inadequate and the church has been entirely inadequate dealing with evil. And the truth is we need every lever of government, every lever of executive power, every lever of congressional power, legislative power, judicial power used to break up and dismantle radical domestic terror from the far left in this country. It has gone on too long. We let these people burn our cities down, causing billions of dollars of damage, beat people in the streets, kill people. Enough is enough. You do not have a country if you do not have safety. Like we have a very, very seminal question as a country that we need to answer. You have two choices as a country. You can provide safety for your citizens or you can provide it for criminals. We need to decide which one we want. I want safety for citizens. I don't care about the rights of the criminals. I care about the rights of our citizens to be safe. I care about the rights of us to be able to engage in the political process without animals destroying it, distorting it, and trying to kill people. And so we need to be very strong. Cernovich is absolutely correct. There is a dark money funding operation that we've all pointed out, we have detailed many, many, many times, and the government has not acted up until now. It is time to act, to dismantle the funders, to put people in prison, and to draw the line once and for all that extremism and domestic terror in this country is not going to be accepted any longer. I don't care where they come from. I don't care if they're Nazis. I don't care if they're, these Antifa people. Like, if you're intent on killing people and you are plotting to kill people and commit terror in our country, you need to be handled, Amen. And the media also needs to be held accountable. I can't even tell you the number of times the media has framed Charlie or me or a host of other friends of ours as fascists, as Nazis, as every other name in the book. And we told them at every turn, this is the natural consequence. If you tell people for long enough that we are Nazis and fascists, guess what? Some crazy people are going to believe you, and they're going to think that we should be killed. They're going to think we should be dead.
Yes, and then even this morning, in the light of all the news that we've seen, MSNBC goes on the air and goes, well, there's no real theme here to what was scrawled on the bullets. It's like, what are you talking about? Why are your heads in the sand when it comes to left-wing violence?
They're not in the sand. It's intentional, and that's much more evil and calculated, and people need to be very clear about that as well. It is not heads in the sand. They're not ignorant. They're not stupid. I'd love to say everybody at MSNBC is stupid as much as I dislike them. They're not stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. They are running cover for far-left extremists. To be very, very clear about that. They know they are doing it. They're actively engaged in it. And anytime they are caught, like we caught Matthew, Dowd, he tried to blame Charlie for his own murder. I went out immediately and said we were doing a boycott on MSNBC advertisers. Well, they get caught in a box in a corner. So what do they do? Okay, we'll fire Matthew. But they hope that satiates the public enough not to be held accountable. But then they move on and continue the radicalization process by dehumanizing people on our side like Charlie. Let it not be lost on everybody that in the 36 hours before this happened, Charlie was being vilified by CNN and MSNBC as a racist, extreme, terrible guy, right? It gets even more personal for me because, one of the people centrally involved in that was Van Jones. I have to go debate Van Jones in a month at an event where there's going to be a couple thousand people who hate me, and I'm just trying to work out in my head how I look at that man in the eyes and don't absolutely lose my mind, because people like him are 1,000% a part of the problem.
Yes.
They have encouraged this by demonizing. And it's just the different rules for Democrats thing. It has to end. You know, like Van Jones has said, he said that white people have a virus in their brains.
Yep.
I'm not misrepresenting that comment. It's not out of context.
No, we don't do that on our side. That's them.
He said that about white people as a broad, overarching statement, that they all have a virus in their brains. And this man is on TV and welcomed at conferences. Like, when was the last time you saw him painted as an extremist? Because I think that's kind of an extremist view. If I said that about any race, I would be shunned from every corner of our political movement if I said that about a race of people. You know, and I want people held accountable. And I think that's what a lot of Charlie's friends want.
Yeah, and that's just the media aspect of it. We haven't even gotten into the lawmakers and the senators and the congressmen. You know, Chris Murphy, it was, 3 days ago now? He's on a podcast, and he's literally saying, we're at war, and we need to do whatever it takes to win. What kind of rhetoric is that? And where's the apology from Chris Murphy out of Connecticut? Are we ever going to see them own up to this?
No. I mean, what evidence do we have that these people will do anything but try, like snakes, to find some way to wiggle out of this with as little damage as they can possibly take? They know what they're doing. They know what they've been doing. You know what I'm more concerned about is our Republican representatives that ran on doing the things that Charlie has championed for years, that he has risked his life and given his life for. And they have dragged their feet at every turn since this new term, and they have refused to do the things and put into action. You have majorities.
Yep.
You have a president that will sign these bills. The rest of their term should be spent codifying into law everything that Charlie fought for, everything that won this last election.
Yep.
Stop the politics as usual. Stop being the politicians we all hate. You know, we have hated the way politicians operate for so long. Stop it. Be a champion of the people like Charlie was. Get the job done. You have the majorities. You have no excuses. Stop blaming Democrats for not being able to get things done. Use the tools you have. Like in the Senate, we still haven't approved so many members, hundreds of members of Trump's administration, because we have allowed the Democrats to block the ability to approve them. They don't actually have a legal right to block them. We have done this and allowed it out of saying these are the norms.
No,
we have
weakness.
the nuclear option is what it's called. And at this point, they're not acting like norms. They're trying to stall people from being able to do their jobs. So you run the nuclear option the same way the Democrats would, and you pass in one day all of those people through, and you get them into their jobs so they can do the work that they were intended to do, that President Trump was intended to hire them to do. And you stop this lunacy. Stop letting them decide and dictate the direction of our country. They lost the election. Let's start acting like it.
So I guess I would ask you, if you're the decision maker and it's your call on the field, where do we look first? Are we looking outward or are we looking inward?
I think that we have the capacity to do both. And I'm generally a very focused person, try to be very thoughtful about how we make the greatest change. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time. If people know one thing about Charlie was a workhorse.
Yep.
He was an absolute workhorse. He knew how to chew gum and walk at the same time, and we can do it. There's things we have to do on every end of this, right? Like, number one is we can't be afraid, right? I'm already talking to a Turning Point university about going and doing an event outdoors and, standing in that gap and carrying on what Charlie did. Because it's very important to message to the evil out there: you will not scare us. You will not prevent us from congregating and fighting for what Charlie fought for. And obviously we'll take security precautions and everything else, but you can't get caught up in the possibilities of evil striking again. You have to just do what is right, because that's how Charlie operated. That's how I'm going to operate. And we've got to take up those spaces, though. We've got to be unafraid to talk about what's right. We can't be afraid to challenge evil in our workplaces, at our schools. You know, right before I came on, we got the good news that Cumberland University professor that had just said heinous things about Charlie had been fired. And we need to hold people accountable like that. You know, if you're going to say heinous things and celebrate the death of a great American, you should be held accountable. No conservative student can feel safe in a school where a teacher or admin is behaving like this. And we shouldn't put up with it anymore. And so we need to do all that, but we need to hold our Republican lawmakers accountable too, and tell them we expect them to carry out the work that Charlie fought so hard for, and we expect them to codify it into law.
Amen. Robbie Starbucks, thank you for the time joining us today. Where can we find you online and keep up with you, man?
Yeah, thanks for having me. At Robbie Starbucks on every platform. And just, more important than following me anywhere, just continue, not just today, but write it down, talk to your prayer groups, pray for Charlie's kids.
Amen.
That's the thing that I've woken up and gone to sleep, not much sleeping, but tried to go to sleep thinking about every day as his kids. And it just breaks your heart. It leaves a hole that I don't know folks will ever be able to fill. Those kids are so loved, though, by so many people. And, I know so many people are going to do everything they can to try to be there for them, but they need prayer, and they need it badly. And that's what Charlie would have wanted and would have asked people to do is just fill heaven with prayers for those kids.
Amen. Robbie Starbucks, thank you for the time, man. I really, really, truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's 11:28. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Sherry Preston. FBI Director Kash Patel says the suspect in the Charlie Kirk murder was arrested in record time.
In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period.
In custody, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who lives in South Utah, about 300 miles from the scene of the shooting. Robinson's family members were the ones who contacted authorities. Utah Governor Spencer Cox with more on the messages found on the shell casings that police found on scene.
Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point."
This is ABC News.
President Trump telling Fox News he plans to deploy the National Guard to Memphis as part of his administration's anti-crime initiative.
We're going to Memphis. Memphis is
that's the next city.
Deeply troubled. And the mayor is happy. He's a Democrat mayor. The mayor is happy. And the governor, Tennessee. The governor is happy. Deeply troubled. We're going to fix that just like we did Washington.
Yeah, according to USA Today analysis, Memphis had the highest murder rate of any U.S. city with a population over 500,000 in 2024. Money news, food prices between July and August jumped 0.6%, the biggest monthly increase in 3 years. Grocery prices now 2.7% higher than a year ago. Coffee prices are up nearly 21%. Steaks up more than 16%. Bananas up more than 6%. Factors economists say are contributing to higher prices, tariffs, and weather. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand here for my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. These are the guys I use. You should use them, too. I can honestly tell you, they'll make things easy for you. They're always affordable, and they're always dependable. I'm a Beehive Club member, so if I ever have any issues with my HVAC or my heater, I get front-of-the-line service. You can get that, too, by joining the Beehive Club. Right now, they're having their best prices of the year event. Savings buzzing. Here's what I love. If you refer a neighbor, both of you guys are going to get $50 credit when you schedule heating maintenance. That's a win-win. And since it's National Grandparents' Day this month, speaking of that Beehive Club membership, if you're already a Beehive Club member, you can gift a free membership to your grandparents. That's Busy Bee's way of honoring family. If you need a new heating unit, every purchase is going to come with a free 5-year labor warranty. That's huge peace of mind. And here's my favorite deal. Any heating repair or maintenance, Busy Bee is going to give you a free dryer vent cleaning that protects your home and helps your system breathe easier at no extra cost. So do what I did. Call my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833. That's 615-775-7833. Schedule your maintenance today. Find them online, busybeehvac.com.
738 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris And. Hey, how are you? Show's brought to you by Better Water LLC, water filtration systems, water softeners. You get those at betterwater.com. Hey, we're celebrating Dirt Days. We're down at Bobcat of Nashville. We're at the Laverne location. I'm with Chad Benson. What's up, Chad?
What's up, man? I'm ready to rock and roll.
We're doing the thing. Everybody, you want some free lunch? You want some free snacks? You can stop by any of the 7 Bobcat locations in Middle Tennessee and the one in Bowling Green, Kentucky. But we are live at the one in Laverne. So we want to see you. You want some hot dogs? You need some free lunch? Who wouldn't want free lunch?
And you get to drive one of these? Have you taken one for a spin yet?
I have not. They said I wasn't emotionally stable enough for it today.
Fantastic.
So we're not doing the heavy machinery, but it's tough, man. It's like a weird balance of emotion when you're meeting great people here and happy to see people, and then it's like there's still that heaviness that's kind of overshadowing a lot of things. Great conversation with Robbie Starbucks earlier, but I was just talking. My neighbor Wallace popped in. I said the hardest thing about this one is how it's shaking my kids a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, my 11-year-old's like, Dad, you do the same stuff as Charlie.
Yep.
It's like, I do. So we got to be brave.
That's it. That's 100%. You know, I tell my kids, don't go on any of my social media. Don't read anything. Just let it go. You know, there's no reason for you to. Okay, this is Dad's job. This is what I do. This pays the bills and stuff. You know, because people do worry. Even my mom, I was just talking to her a little while ago, and she's like, you better be safe. I said, well, it's okay. I got this giant ginger here that's going to protect us just in case. But I mean, it is a, we're a small industry. There's not a lot of us. So, like, we all have met. And, you know, you take that for whatever it's worth. But, you know, there is, this thing the other day, you can't let fear. That's the whole thing about people try to use violence as a way to silence. And you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
No, and they can't stop it. Just a programming note. The Charlie Kirk Show is live currently. They opened up the Charlie Kirk Show with an empty chair.
Oh. That is, I like that. That right there is.
That's how you honor them.
Yeah.
And they got the whole crew. Andrew Colvett, Jack Posobiec, Tyler Boyer, and it's a crushing scene. They're all holding back tears. But they said Charlie would have wanted us to be here, and he would have been upset if they weren't.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I felt with my show yesterday. It's like you got to keep moving forward. You got to keep pushing.
I mean, lack of a better term, show must go on. I mean, nothing's going to change. You've got to continue. First of all, for him, live the honor, what you're doing, talking, speaking the truth, whatever it is you're doing. You have to get out there and continue to do it because if people aren't going to do it, then they win.
Yep.
And we can't let any of that happen.
No, you can't. And I have talked to a lot of my friends at the organization, and it's like these guys are all still working through everything. I mean, you've seen the tribute videos.
Yes.
And, I've been in contact with the productions team and the social media team, and they're like, man, we're crying and editing and just trying to do our best.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's what everybody's doing right now.
And that's what he would want.
Yes.
I mean, that's the whole thing. That's what he would want.
Absolutely.
To continue to move forward. He wasn't building something, so he always wanted it to be bigger than him.
Yep.
And
it is.
It is. And, and that's the beauty of what he was building. And this actually has made it even bigger. My little brother and sister, 28 and 26, I was talking to them the other day. The minute they were in shock, they're like, we grew up. He's the only reason, Chad, you didn't talk politics with us outside of a few questions because I didn't, I don't want to talk politics with my family. But Charlie led them to politics in a way that they never saw or would have paid attention. They were never going to listen to Rush Limbaugh or any of that stuff. They listened to him, and it was amazing what he did.
Charlie's he's the voice of a generation.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
And yeah, they try to snuff him out and silence him, and it's his voice and his message has only grown louder. I cannot tell you how many messages I've gotten from people saying, we're starting a Turning Point chapter. How do we do it?
That's awesome.
My kids came home. They're all talking about it. I mean, you go online, and it's like when you sift through all the people celebrating the death, you find people saying, on our side, almost
it kind of feels like a celebration in a sense because they're saying, this is the day I'm choosing not to be quiet anymore.
Absolutely.
And I think that is something to be celebrated.
Yeah. Well, and, and I've been saying this the last couple days. What he did on the air, the personality and stuff, that brought a lot of it. But what he did off the air, the turning point, the growth, I continue to say this. Trump's not in the White House without Charlie, and that was years. That wasn't just one election cycle. That was a planting of seed for years.
I said it through tears yesterday. Charlie helped him win 3 elections.
Yeah.
16, 20, and 2024. But it wasn't moping around after 2020. It was mobilizing.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, let's use the rules that the left set out for us, and let's get out there. And the absolute action plan of Turning Point Action at Charlie's direction landed us the swing states.
Yep, 100%.
Like, he is on the Mount Rushmore for 2024 of reasons why Trump won.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly believe that.
I think you could make the argument that he's one of the main reasons.
I've said what he did for the Gen Z men. But see, the funny thing is, people look at the young men and who voted for him. Those seeds weren't planted 6 months ago. They were planted when they were in high school.
Amen.
When they were in middle school. Those things were planted, and they grew with Charlie, and then they took it onto the campuses of college and took their beliefs with them, what they've learned. That's what they're – and, I've got a couple friends who were on the left, and they said, you know what? Charlie brought us to it, too. He goes, it was great debate. It was great to see. He was never mean to anybody. You hear all these things about, well, he didn't like this. No, he had his beliefs, and they were strong. He was never disrespectful. You could watch 3 hours of him debating. He never once tried to embarrass anybody. He never once tried to destroy somebody so they could get likes and clicks. He wanted a conversation.
Yeah. They'll say he's hateful. And it's like I can personally tell you that there are people who worked at Turning Point USA who were gay. He wasn't against it. It was a meritocracy. Can you further the goal of the organization, which is helping advance conservative ideas and policies on college and high school campuses? And the answer was yes. Then you got hired. He wasn't vengeful. He wasn't hateful. And he changed a lot of lives.
His Pastor Mark Driscoll out there in Arizona was talking the other day about
Dream City Church.
Yeah, the last text and stuff. Because Charlie was looking like he was going to try to move a little bit away from the politics because he wanted to live his faith in such a way that it was to do the same thing, almost Turning Point, but do it because he was seeing it happen, do it on the religious side of stuff, bring out his faith and the Christianity and stuff. And you were starting to see that. And I felt like that's where he was really, because he even said that's what he wanted to be remembered for, his faith.
But Charlie's rise is because of the lack of a voice from the faith community. There were so many pastors who decided to sit on the sidelines when it came to these complicated issues because they didn't want to lose butts and seats. And Charlie came to these kids who didn't find an adult that wanted to have an honest conversation about tough topics and give them some advice. Those adults were missing, and Charlie filled that gap. Charlie's a real reason for not just the political advancements we've made, but the revival that we've seen in the younger generations.
It's yeah. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, because you've seen on campuses spontaneously where they've had 2 days of just praise and worship in places you would think really, and and that is all because again he planted seeds and he worked those seeds and they grew, and that's why everybody's talking about he's bombastic. He said, look, it's part of it's an entertainment industry. We all know that. The other part of it is he lived his life honestly and out loud. And it was a much bigger thing that he planted that was always going to be here, and he wanted it to be bigger than just him. Because I think a lot of times people think, like even with the MAGA move, I think there's a lot of people afraid if Trump's not there, are we just going to get knockoffs and it's going to die? Because you've seen that with a lot of other movements. The minute the head's gone, it's over. It flares. But no, he wanted it to be bigger than him.
I think. But his success is because of his authenticity. And I made the point earlier during our conversation with Robbie Starbucks, which was a great convo, and you can find that podcast. But Charlie was so authentic that for everybody that felt like they knew him, I could make the argument that you did.
Yeah. Oh, when I first, because when my show took off and we went on the national side, Charlie came on the show on several occasions because he was doing anything. He'd go anywhere, talk to anybody because he was trying to plant the seeds and he was trying to get. And he was, you could tell within minutes, some people you meet, you're like, this guy, he's a real dude. This guy cares so much, and he's going to, no matter what happens, he's going to drag this thing if he has to walk it up a hill in a windstorm to get it planted and done. And that's, when you've heard people talk to when they first met him, you could tell how genuine, how real it was that he wanted to do this, where, it wasn't a passion, it was his life.
Yeah, and he expected the same high standards from everyone that worked for him.
And you still work there, so that was weird.
And it was, it's heartbreaking for that organization.
So
heartbreaking, but he demanded excellence. He demanded that you work harder than everybody else. When you go to these conferences, we'd have a big staff meeting at 7 a.m. Charlie's the one in there speaking to us, addressing the entire staff, saying, guys, this is going to be somebody's first entry into the conservative movement. How do you want them to remember this? You're the face. You're the voice. Get out there. Make it happen. It was Charlie who said, listen, from the moment wheels touch down in Dallas at Young Women's Leadership Summit to the moment wheels go up, I don't want any drinking here.
Yeah.
You need to be at your best. You need to be rested. You need to be alert, aware. You are the face of the company. You're the face of the movement. He expected that from everybody, and those expectations were set, and they were clear, and we understood, and we met those. And it's his leadership.
Yeah, 100. You need that. He reminded me of when you see these CEOs, whether it's an Elon Musk or whether you see, Jobs, or whether it is a person who's enigmatic. You can feel that there is something about him that is pulling and bringing people to something where people gravitate towards them. You can't teach that. That's real. That's authentic. Those are things that are tough to come by. And I think he planted seeds where you can find young men and women who are going to take off. And seeing a lot of the young women, people worked at the Daily Wire and several other places, how he helped them, help cultivate them, and to bring their voices, because a lot of times we think it's just a bro culture. No, it's not.
I could spend 30 minutes listing off the conservative influencers and personalities who have had their lives touched by Charlie Kirk. And then we could spend another 4 hours talking about all the lives that those individuals have touched.
Absolutely. I watched Cenk Uygur the other day.
Young Turks.
Young Turks. How much he loved Charlie, and they had vigorous debates, and they did find stuff they agreed upon, but how he did it right and how the left hasn't done it right, and how you didn't silence him, and the way that he talked about the fact that how much respect he treated everybody when he was there with the Young Turks and stuff, how amazing he was. And, we always think that everybody's always at each other's throats, but those are people that you're sitting there going, it's how you treat the people you don't agree with, and that really shows you who you are.
So where does the Republicans go from this? I think that there's a question to be asked. Can we get our ass together and do something? And what does that look like? Can we get Antifa labeled a terrorist organization and dismantled? Mike Cernovich was on X, and he was saying, we need to have a RICO investigation, a RICO-style investigation into all of these left-wing groups that have funded this left-wing ideology, the Soroses, the Reid Hoffmans, the Bill Gates. Can something like that happen? Can we coalesce around that in honor of Charlie?
I think in some ways we'll be able to. I think Trump's there, but then I look at the Department of Justice, and I got to be honest with you, not always thrilled by what's going on there. I'm not thinking they got their stuff together. But I think there's opportunity. The problem with something like Antifa, it's kind of so loosely, it's not like there's this super head of it. The money may come from one area, but it's hard to get that kind of, you're not jumped into a gang and tattooed up and stuff. And
I tend to disagree with that. I think you could make a list of Antifa members.
Well, you can make a list of people
quickly.
that are there, but the thing is how do you make them? It's so loose in that situation.
That's why you would do RICO.
Well, yeah, but you can't. I don't want to see people snatched off the street and say, "Well, I think
you wouldn't want Antifa members snatched off the streets."
Well, Antifa, but
you wouldn't want people pushing this ideology snatched off the streets.
No, just anybody snatched off the streets because you were wandering around or you were there at a protest, and we decided, 25 of you are there, and all of you are Antifa. If you were only there once for a protest.
I do.
So even if you're protesting,
yes, if you are aligning yourself with Antifa and Antifa ideology, and you're pushing,
but if they're at a protest,
if you're pushing this agenda, if you're on the side with the Antifa members, guy with the umbrellas and the concrete,
not those people.
Well, what are we talking about?
If you're at a protest, if they show up at a protest, not everybody there is Antifa. If there's 300 people there,
but you can strategically link and find those people. You don't think that we could with the amount of technology that we have these days? We wouldn't make a mistake. They tracked down grandmothers praying in the Capitol building. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Don't give them sympathy.
I'm not giving them any sympathy. I'm just saying, my thing is, if I don't trust the Department of Justice and the way they've gone about doing a lot of things, and I don't know if they will. I think
so.
Trump,
So,
I
so
think
then
Trump
don't
could.
do anything.
No, I think you can.
So then let's do it.
Well, how are you going to do it, though? I mean, first of all, Trump is going to do it. He is going to. I know he's going to have an executive order and say that they're. Well, what are you going to say? They're a terrorist organization?
Yes, because they are.
So
they've been attacking ICE facilities in Portland for weeks.
Well, yeah, the Portland thing isn't.
Yeah, but that's Antifa.
No, I know that, but the Portland they've been doing that for how long? How long did they do those riots there before anybody decided to put anybody there protecting? And remember that in
the Chaz,
the Summer of Love.
Yes, but
yeah,
we have crossed the Rubicon in that sense now. We are in vastly different territory than we were in the Summer of Love.
Well,
completely different. Trump was also trying to win re-election during the Summer of Love, and he was walking on a tightrope.
Are you going to do RICO? Oh, we got to go.
We'll continue this conversation another day. We are live. Bobcat Dirt Days happening now. Laverne is where we're at. This is the Bobcat in Nashville location. It's happening at 7 locations across Middle Tennessee and Bowling Green, Kentucky. You can find us anywhere. If you need some lunch, stop by a Bobcat location. They'll hook you up. Chad Benson's in next. It's 11:54. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.